him back, and you could trade him to that team, or you could tell that team here. Now you have his contract for nothing, which is what happened with the Yankees with Canseco. Right. So once a claim is put in, you can't trade him anywhere else. Right. So as long as the Yankees are in first place, they'll always be the last guy to claim.
Tell me.
Behind them, they could block. But they could also get stuck with the pitcher. But the way their pitching is, they need pitching too. So it behooves the Yankees to lose 3 out of 4 this weekend. Right. They'd want, yeah, they'd want something for it. Right. Yes. Yeah. If they recall him, then they recall. If they ever put him back on, then they can't recall him. Right. Right. No. 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 You look pretty, Kenny.
Thanks, Mikey.
Yes, I can turn my head. All right, so this is Damon being hot and everything.
Yeah, can you cough?
I really do look good for me, let's be honest.
That's a nice tie.
What? Yeah, work would be one word.
All right. Just one.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Yankee Stadium. Tonight, the New York Yankees are proud to welcome the greatest heavyweight boxing champion of all time to Yankee Stadium. His greatest triumph lies in his legacy as a champion, leader, humanitarian, and artist. Over 40 years, after beginning a career that would include an Olympic gold medal, 56 wins, 37 by knockout, and a victory over Ken Norton in the original Yankee Stadium in 1976, he remains a well-respected figure, known and loved throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the warning track area in center field. And welcome, 3-time world heavyweight champion, Muhammad Ali. Ladies and gentlemen, now please direct your attention to the area behind home plate. Joining Muhammad Ali is Joseph Chinque, the president of the American Academy of Hospitality Sciences. Tonight, the American Academy of Hospitality Sciences is here to bestow 2 prestigious awards at Yankee Stadium. The hospitality capital of sports worldwide. The first award, the 2009 5-Star Diamond Award, is being presented to Legends Hospitality Management for outstanding quality, service, and hospitality. Here to accept the award on behalf of Legends Hospitality Management, please welcome Mr. Randy Levine, President of the New York Yankees and member of the Board of Directors of Legend Hospitality Management. Mr. Lon Trost, Chief Operating Officer of the New York Yankees and member of the Board of Directors of Legends Hospitality Management. Mr. Jerry Cardinal, member of the Board of Directors of Legends Hospitality Management. Marty Greenspun, President of Legends Hospitality Management. And Michael Phillips, Senior Vice President of Legends Hospitality here at Yankee Stadium. The second award is being presented to Yankee Stadium, the only stadium that will receive this award. And it's the first time in history that a stadium has been given this prestigious honor for its excellence in hospitality. The award reads, Academy of Hospitality Sciences 2009 6-Star Diamond Award, presented to Yankee Stadium, home of the greatest sports franchise and the most devoted fans worldwide, where legends are made and tradition continues. Here to accept the award on behalf of the Steinbrenner family and the New York Yankees organization is managing general partner of the New York Yankees, Hal Steinbrenner, and the captain of the New York Yankees, number 2, Derek Jeter.
To keep up high, we made it. I'm the world's greatest, and I'm that little bit of hope. When my back's against the walls, I can feel it. I'm the world's greatest. I am a giant. I am an eagle.
Thank you, American Academy of Hospitality Sciences, for recognizing the New York Yankees and Legends Hospitality Management with these prestigious awards. And thank you, Muhammad Ali, for being here tonight to help bestow these awards.
Come and start up in the sky. Come that mountain peak up high.
It's time for Yankees baseball on My 9.
Jason May with a game-time home run. See ya, Red Sox win 5-4. And the long night and day at Yankee Stadium is over. Line drive, Robert Euclid, that's going to do it. It is almost inconceivable that a Yankee team as good as this one could lose 8 straight games without a win against the Red Sox. Line drive, and that'll do it.
This one is gone. A home run for Alex Rodriguez.
Nick Swisher on the run, and he makes the play.
And it is in time. A sparkling defensive play.
And the Yankees have won their 8th in a row. And let's do it here at the stadium. Yankees and the Red Sox. Oh, yes, the rivalry continues, and it's even better when it's a battle for first place. The flags say it all. In the American League East, the Yankees are 2.5 games ahead of the Red Sox and 5.5 ahead of the Tampa Bay Rays. As today, My 9 presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the Boston Red Sox in the first of 4 from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball, along with Paul O'Neill and Ken Singleton. I'm Michael Kay. If you like baseball, you're looking forward to this weekend. The red-hot Yankees against the second-place Red Sox. It goes back a long way. Now, obviously, any game is going to be big in this matchup, but when you look at the pitching matchup tonight, it gets you a little bit excited. Tonight's pitching matchup brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin'. John Smoltz, 2-4, 7.12, veteran right-hander against a young right-hander for the Yankees, Java Chamberlain, 7-2 with a 3.58. Paul, to be honest, Java Chamberlain might be one of the best pitchers in baseball since the All-Star break.
I mean, what a better way to start, if you're a Yankee fan, to throw out probably your hottest starter. I mean, you look back at Tampa Bay, and it brings back days when he came out of the bullpen. Overpowering fastball, good strikeout curveball, sliders away. This is what people expect when they heard about Java Chamberlain when he was coming from the minor leagues. They saw it last night for the first time as a starter.
Well, last 3 starts, he's been outstanding. 3-0, a minuscule ERA of 0.83. He's given up just 8 walks, 19 strikeouts in 21 2/3 innings. And look what they're hitting against him. Just 114 since the All-Star break.
Well, the Yankees will be looking to give him some offensive support against the veteran Smoltz. Johnny Damon is red hot. He comes into this series one of the hottest hitters in baseball. Ken Singleton will tell you how hot he is next on My 9.
Yankee Stadium. This is WCBS 880 meteorologist Craig Allen with your forecast for this evening's big game. Tomorrow too, but what about the weekend? Well, for the rest of that forecast, as soon as you leave the stadium, remember to tune your radio dial to 880 AM WCBS for all the latest news, traffic, sports, and my forecasts. Enjoy the game. Let's go, Yankees.
Ladies and gentlemen, your umpires for tonight's game. At home plate, the crew chief, Darryl Cousins. At first base, Chad Fairchild. At second base, Jim Joyce. And the umpire at third base is Bill Miller.
Well, it is the first big series in the new ballpark here in the Bronx. Across the street, they were used to it. Here, it's all fresh and new as the crowd files in to the edifice here on 161st Street and River Avenue. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to Yankees Baseball on My 9. That's Ken Singleton. I'm Michael Kay. Paul O'Neill will rejoin us in just a moment. Now, the Yankees have the hot player coming into this series. That's Johnny Damon. Right now, off his last 5 games, he might be one of the hottest hitters in baseball, Kenny.
5-game hitting streak for Johnny Damon, and also he was red hot in Toronto. Take a look at the action from last night. Well, in Toronto, he actually had 3 hits in last night's game, including a home run in the 9th inning, capped off the scoring for the Yankees. He had 4 runs batted in 2 nights and 2 home runs against the Toronto Blue Jays. Now he's going to bring that axe south to the Bronx.
Last 5 games, Kenny, 455, 2 homers, 6 runs batted in. He scored 4 runs, and he's had 4 multi-hit games in those 5 games. So a good time for him to get hot as the Red Sox are coming into town. Yankee Stadium is the place, and the stars will be out tonight. The biggest stars in baseball wear pinstripes or the road grays for the Red Sox. Lineups, first pitch, baseball next on My 9. New York Yankees baseball on My 9 is brought to you in part by Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward. Men's Warehouse, you're going to like the way you look. And by your Tri-State Ford dealers. Well, this is the official christening for a big game here at the new Yankee Stadium. Obviously, opening day was big, but that was about the ballpark. This is about the game. The Yankees against the Red Sox, a rivalry that goes back through the decades and through the centuries as well. And this should be fun as the Yankees come in with a 2.5-game lead over the Red Sox. Jabba Chamberlain is taking the mound. And let's take a look at the Red Sox starting lineup, which is brought to you by HSBC. It's a little bit different than what you're used to. Jason Bay's out with an injury, and Rocco Baldelli's on the DL. Jacoby Ellsbury's in center field. He'll lead off. Batting second and playing second, Dustin Pedroia. The newly acquired Victor Martinez will catch today and bat third. Cleaning up and playing left field for only the 19th time in his career, Kevin Youkilis cleans up. David Ortiz will DH. He's going to bat fifth. Good numbers this season against the Yankees. Doesn't have good numbers overall, though. J.D. Drew's in right field. He'll bat sixth. Batting seventh and playing third base, the veteran Mike Lowell. Casey Kochman will be at first. He's going to bat eighth, and batting ninth and playing shortstop is Jed Lowry.
There is Jabba on the mound, 23-year-old right-hander. This will be his 21st start of the season. He's got a good record, 7-2, 3.58. You can see less than a hit per inning. Opponents are hitting just .254 against Jabba. Let's take a look at the New York Yankees pitchers counting report, brought to you by Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today. Well, he's picking up the pace lately. Jaba's been working at a faster pace, attacking the hitters. He's been going deeper into ball games. His last 3 starts, he's gone at least into the 7th inning. And while this is his 21st start, in his first 20 starts, the Yankees are 14-6 in the games that he has started. So he has kept them in ball games, although he's gotten some no decisions.
Let's take a look at the defense behind Jabba Chamberlain. In the outfield, it's Damon, Cabrera, and Swisher. That's left to right. In the infield, A-Rod, Jeter, Cano, and Teixeira. That's third to first. Teixeira's having a Gold Glove level first base season. Posada behind the plate, and Chamberlain is on the mound. Red Sox at 62-44. The Yankees at 65-42. That adds up to a 2.5 game lead for the Yankees. Huge crowd here at the stadium on a lovely Thursday evening. And Jacoby Ellsbury, want to keep him off base. 48 stolen bases, second only to Carl Crawford. Ellsbury's ready. Jaba's ready. Let's do it here in the Bronx as the right-hander deals a strike, and we are underway. Jaba is bringing the heat of late, that is for sure. Since the All-Star break, one of the best pitchers in the game. And the 0-1. It's outside. Career against the Red Sox, 2-1, 3.49. That's 4 starts and 4 relief appearances for Chamberlain. The 1-1. Ground ball to second. Cano is right there. And there's one away. Let's take a look at the umpires tonight. The men in black. Darryl Cousins behind the plate. Chad Fairchild is at first. Jim Joyce at second. And Bill Miller is over at third.
Well, Paul, you think it could be interesting with Darryl Cousins behind the plate tonight. He's been known to be, what do you think, a hitter's umpire?
In my day, I felt like Darryl Cousins called the ball on the plate only, more than any other umpire in the American League at the time.
And the pitch to Pedroia is inside, a 1-0. Red Sox just lost 2 to Tampa Bay. The Yankees just took 2 from Toronto. Now for the Yankees, they went 5-4 on a 10-day, 9-game road trip. And they started the road trip 2.5 games ahead, and they end the road trip 2.5 games ahead. So they shaved 9 more games off their schedule, 10 more days off the calendar. That one is drilled to left field. Johnny Damon giving chase. He can't get there. It's one hop up against the wall. Damon will play it out there on the warning track as Pedroia picks up a 1-out double.
Pedroia has always been a good high fastball hitter, and when the count is 2-0, you can just about look for it. This one's about middle, belt high, middle of the plate, and he's not going to miss it. Little guy swings hard.
No, it's funny you said little guy too, because we were out on the field and my son was down there, and you're watching a lot of these guys stretch, and some of them actually look like football players, basketball, big guys. Pedroia is not a big guy, but I mean he does what Derek Jeter does. He scores runs, he hits doubles, and it won't take him long to have that uniform dirty, and that's how he helps his team.
That's his 32nd double of the year.
Here's the newest Red Sox, acquired at the non-waiver trade deadline. Victor Martinez, big-time acquisition, switch hitter. He can play first. He's catching tonight. He can also DH. And this is his first taste of the rivalry, and sometimes that's a little bit of a shock. David Ortiz said he's not going to really know what he's in for until he steps onto the field and hears the fans.
Veritek not catching tonight, the Red Sox captain. And the acquisition of Martinez affected not only Veritek, but Kevin Youkilis and Mike Lowell. They've got a lot of versatile parts now for Terry Francona to work with, and maybe according to the numbers, somebody has to sit.
Yeah, injuries take care of that. You already see a couple guys injured on their team. I mean, you talk about versatile players and being able to stick guys in positions. I mean, it's not your natural position, but you can get through big games with guys in positions they usually don't play.
Tonight's closed captioning brought to you by your local Lexus dealers. Runners on base. Of late, Jaba has shut down the opposition. 0 for 17 with runners on base, but a big chore here with Victor Martinez at the plate. Martinez, when he was notified that he was traded from the Indians, broke into tears. He had come up through that system and he was a part of the community, but the Indians owner came out today and said that he's losing $16 million this year And the trades of Cliff Lee and Victor Martinez were necessary. The 2-1. Outside, now 3-1.
Do you think the fans in Cleveland feel any better about that?
Isn't that terrible? Because that's what they think about it. You know, if your team gives up and you start getting rid of him, and he's a likable player. He's a guy that was, you know, a mainstay there. Was a great hitter. I mean, what a great pickup to bring in a switch hitter, stick him in the middle of the lineup. But you're right, Cleveland right now. You're looking at. I mean, what is the future? The future is who knows, because you're getting rid of the guys that you're used to coming and seeing in the ballpark play.
3-1, and he walks Victor Martinez. And that puts runners on first and second with 1 out, and the dangerous Kevin Youkilis.
Looked like that intentional walk right there, Kenny.
Joe Girardi after the mound real quick here.
Now this is more of a pump-up sort of session than a strategic session, because otherwise Dave Island would come out if it was a mechanical thing, but he wants to settle down Jabba. Now Youkilis, as we mentioned, is playing left field, and Terry Francona said, I'm doing that to get the most bats I can into the lineup. And he told Youkilis, listen, you make an error out there, you point the media to me. I'm the one putting you out there.
Well, as we all know, left field here at Yankee Stadium is not the easiest to play, and there's a couple of reasons why.
There's a strike, 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
I was put in that same situation myself. I enjoyed playing right field here, didn't have to cover that much ground, but left field, you feel like Robinson Crusoe out there. You're out there on an island all by yourself.
I was going to say, at that camera angle, that's not a weird angle. It's just big out here. I mean, that area right there is the first thing you notice. I came up from Cincinnati being a right fielder, moved to play left field. That's the first thing you notice, is how much ground you need to cover out in left center field.
The 0-2 popped up left field. Damon makes the play. Pedroia just draws the throw, and they're 2 away. New York Yankees baseball is broadcast in Spanish. It's available by hitting the SAP button on your television. SAP is brought to you by Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward. You hear the boos for David Ortiz. Now, since the last time the Yankees saw Ortiz, it has been revealed that he was on the infamous list of 104 players that failed the baseline testing back in 2004. And he is greeted thusly by the Yankee fans, and kind of no different than how the Red Sox fans treated A-Rod when he first appeared, and Jason Giambi.
Exactly. You know, the situation with this revealing of names and the way they have been revealed, you know, going back to spring training when A-Rod's name was mentioned, I had a feeling that it was going to get like this, Michael, that it'd be drips and drabs, and this list is being used as a weapon now by someone who feels they have to reveal names one at a time. I am so much in favor of getting this over with and just get all the names out there.
Right out here on the big screen.
Well, whatever. You know, just publish all the names. Get it over with. Because what you're doing is you're ripping the scab off the wound every 2 or 3 months with another name. And if it keeps going like this, it's not good for the game at all. Just let everybody reveal all the names, let the people know who they are, and let's move on.
Count 1-1 on Ortiz. High fly ball, right field. Into the corner is Swisher, and he'll make the play in foul territory for the final out of the first. No runs, a hit, and no errors, and 2 men left on base. Red Sox don't score. The New York Yankees coming to bat. Well, the Red Sox threaten but don't score against Chamberlain in the top of the first. Now John Smoltz will take his turn against the Yankees here in the bottom of the inning. The New York Yankees starting lineup is brought to you by Amstel Light, one damn good beer. The veteran Smoltz will face this Yankee lineup. Derek Jeter, the shortstop, and the captain leads off. Batting second and playing left field, Johnny Damon. Mark Teixeira at first base is going to hit third. So far this season against the Red Sox, a .290 hitter. Alex Rodriguez, who missed 5 of the previous 8 games against the Red Sox, and in the 3 games he did play, was 1 for 10. He'll play third base and clean up. Then you've got Matsui at DH, Posada will catch, Cano at second, Swishers in right, Melky Cabrera bats ninth. He'll play center field.
Well, you're looking at 42-year-old John Smoltz. His first year with the Boston Red Sox. He's made 7 starts thus far after coming back from shoulder surgery. You can see the numbers aren't very good. 50 hits in 36 2/3 innings, but he has good control. He hasn't walked anybody. Let's take a look at the Boston Red Sox pitcher scouting report brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin'. Phil Niekro and Warren Spahn. The only 2 other pitchers to pitch 20 years for one team before pitching for another one. And both of them, ironically, like Smoltz, pitch for the Atlanta Braves, pitch for the Braves first. Left-handed batters are wearing them out. They're hitting .403. And so, Paul, you like this one, Paul. Tiger Woods says that eventually Smoltz will be good enough to play on the senior tour if he wants to. That's golf.
I've played with him a couple times, and he's on his way. Good, solid player. One of those guys that kind of grew up with it, became really good at it.
Better than you, Paul?
Way better.
Really?
You had to bring that up, though.
Well, I'm just wondering. You're a great athlete. Why aren't you really great at golf?
It doesn't correlate to golf for some reason. I haven't figured that out.
Now you saw at the end of the inning, after Ortiz flew out, he had a long conversation with Darryl Cousins, and we'll tell you what we'll tell you what we think that conversation was about. Driven out to right field and out of play. And I think this is when he made him. Let's see.
He made him get back in the box and hustle it back up.
Well, they were talking about something, but he did give him time. And the 1-2. Breaking ball is upstairs. Now, talking to Terry Francona today, he said that Smoltz is better than his numbers would indicate. Said he's got a good fastball. He's healthy. His slider is biting, but he's not getting into great pitch counts. And sometimes the fastball is not where he wants it to be, and he gets hurt on it. 2-2. Fouled away.
Aren't good managers real good at telling you that, huh?
Just keeping their players pumped up. You know, I don't think he's going to say the guy stinks.
This guy's horrible.
He hasn't really helped us. I really think that Smoltz is to the point in his career where he knows what he should be doing. It's just a matter of getting it done. Now, you got to remember he's coming back from shoulder surgery, and that might take a while to get back into the groove.
Punched out towards second base. Pedroia gets the hustling Jeter. Hustling down the line. So Jeter made it close. Well, how good is Smoltz? Well, he's going to the Hall of Fame. He won the Cy Young Award '96 at 24-8. 15 postseason wins, which is the best all time. He's the only major league pitcher with 200 or more wins and 150 or more saves. And he's 16th on the all-time strikeout list.
Yeah, he is going to join Glavine and Mannix in the Hall of Fame one day. Those are the big 3 in Atlanta for years. That's why they were making all those division title runs in the National League East.
You know, you mentioned that big 3, and I played in Cincinnati, so I would go in there and you'd face that big 3 a lot, and no doubt what guy had the best stuff out of those big 3 was John Smoltz. I mean, he was a strikeout pitcher, dominating slider, curveball, fastball, where the other guys, relied on tricking you and throwing good strikes and great control. But Smoltz, stuff-wise, is as good as anybody in baseball.
Now, Paul, I got a question for you. Because all those 3 guys gave you a different look over a 3-day period if you faced all of them, how tough was that to deal with? You know,
you'd go in there and you'd hope maybe you'd miss one of them, but you'd go in there for a 3-game series, get all 3 of them, and just battle and come out, 1 for 12, 2 for 12, 2 for 13. It's just like, come on, nothing's easy.
You couldn't even mix in a walk?
No, because they all had great control. That was the one thing. You couldn't go take a bunch of pitches, because if you didn't hit strike 1 against these guys in the old days, it kept getting wider and wider and wider, and that was the era where, the umpires would give the pitches off the plate, and tough at bats.
And the 1-2. 2-2.
You know, to me, I remember his, strikeout pitch. There's that hard slider in on lefties, and if lefties are wearing him out, he must not have the breaking ball that he's accustomed to having in the past.
There's the splitter.
Teixeira's on deck. Damon had a great road trip, 11 for 34. He'd been slumping for a while. The power had gone away, but now he's back up to snuff with 19 home runs, 63 ribbies.
And right now he's making Smoltz work here, fouling several pitches off. This is Johnny Damon at his best. This is what made him such a successful leadoff hitter for many years, that he was just a tough out.
The 2-2. And the count 3-2. Now, having Victor Martinez behind the plate could jumpstart the Yankees on the bases. They run well anyway. He's not great at throwing out base runners, so they're sacrificing that. He's had elbow surgery. He has never been the same hitter power-wise since the surgery. He doesn't throw very well, and his future's probably at first base. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Got him on that slider, diving down and in. So Damon down on strikes for the second out. Let's take a look at the Red Sox defense in this game. You've got Youkilis in left field for the first time since '06, and he's only played 18 games out there. Ellsbury in center and J.D. Drew in right. Infield, Lowell, Lowry, Pedroia, Kochman, who's outstanding defensively. He's at first. Martinez behind the plate, and Smoltz is on the mound.
There is Youkilis out in left field, and there's nobody out there to help you, believe me. There's a long gap between he and Ellsbury in center. You can have a marching band go through there. And that's what you feel like you out there on an island.
It's good to know you have a fast center fielder that's going to take a lot of those plays for you.
That does help. For me, it was Al Bunbury. I made a good living for years saying, you got it out. Let's take a look at his last delivery, and Smoltz. Is there something wrong with the right-hander?
Looked like he was rotating his left shoulder. There's a strike. He's got good velocities at 92, 93. Now, when he was in his salad days, he was 95, 96. He was just dominating.
Was it salad or steak and potato day?
It was good food.
I was just trying to figure. I've never heard that. When he was in his salad days?
Salad days. That means like when you're going great, the salad days they're called.
I've heard of that before, Paul.
Yeah.
But, I'm.
See, Michael's been off a few days, man. He's bringing out the good stuff tonight, the salad days. Huh?
And the 3-1. Tried him with another slider, and Teixeira held up twice. So Mark will walk with 2 outs, and that's going to bring up Alex Rodriguez.
There's John Farrell, the pitching coach of the Boston Red Sox. Keeping some notations there.
Now, Alex Rodriguez is in the middle of a streak that is unmatched for him in his professional, other time, 62 at-bats without a home run. He had gone 62 at-bats without a home run for the Mariners in September of '96. That's when he was just a baby. So he's been hot lately. He's getting his base hits, but he is not driving the ball out of the park. He's been stuck at 19 for a while. Breaking ball is a strike.
Right now, you can see Smoltz is a lot of breaking balls. He struck out Johnny Damon on a 3-2 breaking ball that kind of dipped out of the zone. He walked Teixeira on a breaking ball, and he starts Alex Rodriguez off of the hook.
And the 0-1. Another breaking ball, another strike.
Kind of a hanging breaking ball here. Can you see that ball? It was the speed that fooled Alex there. Wasn't a big break, but that ball stayed out of the hitting zone for a long time.
That would have been right down O'Neill Boulevard.
Hanging sliders.
Yeah.
A lot of people like that pitch, right?
And the 0-2. Foul back.
This time he goes with the fastball, and A-Rod Makes a good pass at it. If he'd hit this well, it was going to right center off the top of the mask of Victor Martinez.
That's a protection mode when you still have those last two breaking balls in your mind, and you pick up the fastball late, and you're just a little bit late on it.
You know, I'd feel worse about that home run drought if he wasn't hitting it all, but he's 13 for his last 38, so he's still getting his hits, scoring some runs, and driving in a few. He just hasn't hit a long ball lately.
572 lifetime, one away from tying Harmon Killebrew on the all-time home run list.
It's the curse of the killer.
The 0-2 foul back. Now he has had longer droughts than 62, but they spanned seasons. He had 102 at bats from 94 to 95, and then 77 at bats from 97 to 98. But for one season, 62 is the longest, so he'd like to break that right here. Give the Yankees a 2-0 lead. Not that time. 63 at bats in a row as Rodriguez is down looking. In the first, no runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left for the Yankees. We've played one. Yankees and the Red Sox, no score on my 9. After 86 years at the same address, greatness has a new home. Join the Yankees as they celebrate the inaugural season of Yankee Stadium on Friday, August 28th, when the Yankees play the White Sox. It's inaugural season jersey koozie night, and the first 18,000 fans 21 and older will receive an inaugural season jersey koozie courtesy of Bud Light. Yankee Stadium, the inaugural season. Bruce Willis in the crowd. Fans, you're watching the greatest rivalry in sports, and you can catch Game 3 Saturday on our sister station, Fox 5. It all starts at 4 p.m. as the Bombers continue to battle the Red Sox for all the bragging rights in the American League East. Yankees and the Red Sox, Saturday starting at 4 on Fox 5.
I heard he's a diehard baseball
fan.
I
see what you did.
Yeah.
It was funny because last time we remember Jack Nicholson was behind home plate, and you think, you wonder if he's as wild as he is in his parts in his movies, and then you look at Bruce Willis and is he a bad dude? Because he's got some bad parts.
I'll tell you what, the newspapers and the Time Warner Cable scoreboard, there's no scores who go to second, had Jack Nicholson in Brazil dancing on the dance floor at 73 years old with like 3 or 4
That's
girls.
What we're talking. That's the stories you want to hear, right?
That's a bad man.
Paul Simon. The Stars are out tonight. Big game. The 1-1 upstairs. J.D. Drew not having a great season. 248 is his numbers. 1-for-6 against Tampa Bay in the 2-game set.
The thing about Drew, though, is that he's going to run deep counts. Has a pretty good on-base percentage, 365, you saw it, so he draws his share of walks.
Driven out to left center field. Giving chase is Johnny Damon on the run. He's not going to get there. And Melky will have to play it off the wall, so a double for J.D. Drew the other way.
Penny, you talked about it, being able to hit in deep counts where you see pitches. You know, he's seen the fastball, he's seen the curveball. You get a fastball up in the zone, not afraid to have 2 strikes. Productive hitter, and that's why, you know, veteran teams end up winning, you know, a lot of games, because they wear down pitchers. They see too many pitches because they're not afraid to hit in 2-strike counts.
Drew had been 0 for 13 against Jobba before that double. Here's Mike Lowell. Count 1-0. Now Lowell also is going to be impacted with the acquisition of Victor Martinez, and that's something that Terry Francona is going to have to work at, because when Martinez plays, there's going to be somebody who's used to playing that won't play. If he plays first base, then Youkilis moves to third and Lowell sits. If he plays behind the plate, then Varitek, who's the captain of the team, he sits. And if he DHs, then David Ortiz has to sit. And barring injury, somebody who's used to playing all the time will not be playing.
You almost get the feeling like, you know, the Red Sox organization thinking that, you know, Varitek might be a better player with a couple days off a week, or, you know, will Ortiz get back to his form with a couple days off a week? And these are the things that, you know, as an organization that's looking to play in the postseason, you know, you got to answer these things.
Well, one reason why you see Luke Youkilis out in left field tonight is because Jason Bay is injured, and he's not able to play.
Told you this number in the first inning. You see when runners are on base lately, Jobba shuts him down 0 for 19. There's Bay, re-injured his hamstring yesterday. And there's a chance that Bay could miss all 4 games. Definitely the first 2. And Terry Francona said it's not a DL situation, but he could actually miss 6. So we'll see how that goes. And Bay has really hurt the Yankees this year and even last year. Full count on Lowell. Chamberlain deals. Breaking ball and a little bit low as Lowell works the walk.
Oh.
Your buddy, Kenny. Eddie Murray here.
Oh, Eddie Murray. Hall of Famer Eddie Murray.
I told you he was here, Ken.
Yeah.
Hold on. It's his buddy Joel, who's on this side of him over here, called and told me that Kenny's going to be really excited. It's like one of his mentors is coming.
Wait a minute. Eddie's younger than I am.
That's all right. He's still a mentor. He's pretty darn good now.
Yeah, he was good protection in the lineup, I'll tell you that.
Here's Casey Kochman. They got him at the trade deadline from the Braves, and now Posada wants to talk with Chamberlain.
All kidding aside, I mean, Eddie Murray's a Hall of Famer. That kind of speaks for itself, but certainly the best clutch hitter I ever played with. And he, when you needed a hit from the 7th inning on, that was the man we wanted at the plate. Switch hitter with power, one of 4 players with 500 home runs and 3,000 hits. And for his career, over 1,900 runs batted in. That's driving in some runs. That's a lot of runs batted in.
There's a strike.
You know, when Eddie first came up, you talk about the power of celebrities, and we got a few here tonight. He was sort of like a rookie breaking in his first 2 or 3 years, and he got a lot of mail to Eddie Murphy. But eventually the fans figured out it was Eddie Murray.
And the 1-2. Fouled away. Red Sox actually had made a trade for Adam LaRoche. And then when they got Victor Martinez, they traded LaRoche in the Kochman deal because they felt that Kochman was better suited to play a backup role than LaRoche was.
Kochman, the superior defensive player at first base. Excellent.
And in some trades, I mean, he was in Anaheim.
Yeah.
When
he was in the Teixeira trade.
And then he ends up getting traded. The next thing now they're on the same field.
High fly ball, center field. Melky's there. Tagging is Drew. And he just draws the throw. And there's one away. Yankee fans, here's your chance to take on Russ, brought to you by Toyota. Which series would be more exciting to watch? A Yankees-Red Sox ALCS or the Yankees versus Joe Torre's Dodgers in the World Series? What do you think? Go to my9tv.com to blog or email us a video with your thoughts. It's Take on Russ, brought to you by Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward.
What do you vote for there, Michael?
Wow. I think the Yankees and the Red Sox would be more exciting, and I think the Torre thing would probably be more of a storyline.
But the Torre thing, you're in the World Series, so it means more, right?
True, but you're in the World Series. The other one, you have to win that one to get into the World Series.
Or you get booed out of New York, right? Because you can't lose to Boston and not get to the series.
I don't think you could lose to Torre either. Check swing, did he go? Yes, he did. So Lowry could not hold up.
That's like asking, do you like apple pie or cherry pie? You like them both.
Yeah.
There's a check swing, and Lowry did not check enough for the likes of Darryl Cousin, home plate umpire. Didn't ask for help. He called it himself.
And the pitch. Strike three. Lowry down looking, a 96-mile-an-hour fastball from Chamberlain.
Nice rally by Jabba to get these next two outs after the double and the walk. That was a borderline high strike just along the letters Boston. It had the corner. It's just a matter of whether it was high enough or too high. Nah, that's a strike. Yep.
This is where you start to see Jabba learn as a pitcher. I mean, first inning he got out of it, but you know, he was throwing 91, 92. All of a sudden you get in a pressure situation, 96. And as a hitter, that, you know, when you're not used to seeing that 96 every pitch, you know, you lock up. And good way for pitchers to learn how to strike out guys in big situations.
Here's Ellsbury. Count 1-0.
Ellsbury's been one of the hotter hitters for the Red Sox of late.
This will be Java's 38th pitch of the night. Count 2-0. Java was originally scheduled to pitch against Toronto, but they rejiggered the rotation, and Sergio Mitre started yesterday. Java starting today. And now he's one pitch away from loading the bases.
But knowing that they were going to do that, they gave Job an extra bullpen session. It wasn't a long one, but just enough to stretch out his arm a bit coming into this start tonight against Boston.
Now Jabba is 5-2 with a 2.66 ERA and 14 starts with more than the standard 4 days rest. And with the standard rest, he's 5-1 with a 4.01 ERA. 3-1. Count is full at 3-2.
Going with the breaking ball here, Kenny.
You going with the tricks? I thought that last one had a little cut on it, and that's why Ellsbury pulled it foul. Yankee fans trying to rally behind Jabba here, pick up this final out.
Jabba wants a strikeout. He hears the crowd. He usually goes through that breaking ball.
Runners will go. 2 outs, 3-2 count. And the pitch. Strike three. He got him. He went with the breaking ball and laid it right in there. So Jabba with some big pitching. First and second. Nobody out. Fly ball to center, strikeout of Lowry, and a strikeout of Ellsbury as the Red Sox strand 2, and Jabba is feeling it as we go to the bottom of the second. Jeff Hardy proved that dreams come true by winning the World Championship title. Now, who's next? Find out as My 9 presents the most action-packed night on television from the Nassau Coliseum. WWE SmackDown tomorrow night starting at 8 on My 9. So now opponents 0 for 22, their last 22 with runners on base against Chamberlain. And here is Matsui against Smoltz. Now, the Red Sox last night on the Time Warner Cable, it's no score right here in the bottom of the second. They were 0 for 11 with runners in scoring position against Tampa Bay. Count 1-1. Good numbers against Boston for Matsui. Matsui's turned into a pretty good pinch hitter as well after that 9-game stretch in interleague play where all he did was pinch hit. He picked up a pinch hit RBI single yesterday. Little blooper to left field. Grounded first base. Kochman's there and he flips the Smoltz. And there's one away. Tonight's Smile of the Game is brought to you by new McCafe coffees made with fresh ground espresso, now at McDonald's.
He doesn't know what he's clapping for. He just heard everybody else clapping. He figured he'd join in. Huh?
Got his little Yankee shirt on, starting him early. Here's Posada.
Picture you with a couple of those in your lap, Mike. Huh?
Kids?
Yeah.
I could picture it.
I'm not talking about Christmas time with a white beard on either now. I mean, they're yours, yeah.
It's a frightening thought, but it could happen. Posada pops it up, and it's out of play. He did not have a good road trip, Jorge. 4 for 27, and 2 for his last 20. He has really held up, if you think about it, though. He had major shoulder surgery during the offseason. Vowed that he would be there for the opener, and he was, and really no setbacks. There's a strike.
You look at guys that have had long careers, and especially guys that throw as hard as Smoltz. I mean, it's you look at mechanics, because even when they go through the times, I mean, they know how to protect their arm. They don't overthrow. Some of the guys that you see early in their career with great stuff, all of a sudden, Smoltz. I mean, it's a pretty simple windup.
It's kind of an old school back over the head, and see how you see him work right there. Moves him off the plate, tries to hit the outside corner, and if he misses, it's going to be outside. Here's that old school windup that we're talking about. Back over the head, looks down, then picks up the target and delivers the pitch.
Do you ever remember hitting off guys that kind of look away when they're throwing the ball? And you know, as a hitter, you're like, you know, you might want to pick up a target here real soon. You know, do you know where this thing's going? Smoltz has always been a control pitcher.
Nolan Ryan used to stare down at the rubber when he started his windup, and he says, "I hope you know where it's going, Nolan."
That's right before he released it and started grunting.
Oh my goodness.
And the 3-2 to Posada. He serves that one in the left field for a base hit. Looked like Andy Roddick there.
Andy Roddick back out after his Wimbledon injury.
You know, I was talking to Jorge last night after the plane had landed, and everybody was getting their luggage, and I told them, you're this close. You're not that far away. I know you'd struggle on the road trip, and he kind of agreed with me. And this is the type of hit that gets you going. You know that's true, Paul. 3-2 pitch, little service, drop it in front of the left fielder. Youkilis comes up with it. It's a base hit, and that's the kind of thing that puts a little smile on your face.
Yeah.
Things are getting a little more positive now.
All of a sudden in your mind, you're like, you know, I have put together some good at-bats. And until you get some kind of result, when you're going through a little slump, I tell you what, it's hard to tell yourself that things are right around the corner.
I mean, it's hard to feel positive at 2 o'clock in the morning, but
that's usually when all those at-bats start going through your head, too.
Both of these teams are a little fatigued. Yankees got in at 2. The Red Sox got in at 4 from St. Pete. But usually the fatigue doesn't kick in until the next day, which is Beckett against Burnett.
That's when you usually figure out it's, you know, it's August. They call it the dog days for a reason. And road trips, you get in at 3 or 4 in the morning. Those are good memories. Michael, walking off the plane at 4, looking at you.
You enjoyed that, didn't you?
After a little nap, hair sticking up, 4 in the morning.
And if you had made it out on the road trip, you were really pleasant. Just one out.
That's right. Had to hurry home and take the kids to school.
I didn't.
Yeah. Well.
The 2-0. There's a strike. 2-1.
Oh, he really relies on breaking balls now.
Oh, yeah. You know, he's smart enough to know as a veteran pitcher that, you know, if you're having that much trouble getting left-handers out, you're going to have to change something. And, you know, if it's a breaking ball or whatever it is, you're going to have to try to get out lefties in a different way than you have so far this year. Let's try the fastball, too, to see if that works.
Foul back.
I was talking with Kevin Long, the hitting coach, about Robinson Cano and his ability as a hitter. Now he's hitting 300. He's hitting 300 against lefties and 300 against righties. But something that works both for him and against him is his aggressiveness at the plate, how aggressive he is. And because he can put anything in play. So sometimes he'll chase a ball out of the strike zone and put it in play weakly. And then sometimes he'll get a pitch out of the strike zone and hit a rocket somewhere.
Two. And the count full at 3-2.
You know, you see a lot of hitters, and you know you see they're hitting 300, and you think, man, they're having a great year. And when you watch Robbie every single day, and he's hitting 300, you're like, it's okay, because you expect with his swing. I mean, he could hit 320, 330. I mean, he's that good of a hitter.
And plus, you toss in his defense this year. He's having a heck of a season.
And a walk. So first and second with 1 out, and that'll bring up Swisher. Swisher had a very good road trip, 9 for 27. Connected on some big home runs. And a big spot for him right here. Last 7 games, 4 home runs and 5 ribbies. Count 0-1.
Yeah, Swisher had 4 home runs on this 3-city road trip.
You know, watching a lot of Schmaltz and Martinez going back and forth, and you know, seeing a lot of the pitches called. And again, you remember Martinez just coming over. First time that you throw to a catcher, you know, it's a different thing. So this is kind of a work in progress also.
Line drive. There's a base hit to right center field. Posada rounds third. He's coming home. Here's the throw. He is out. Why he didn't slide is beyond me. But the Red Sox, with a relay throw from the outfield, they get Posada for the second out.
And I'll tell you, Kenny, every once in a while as a runner, you just freeze. And Joe Girardi's saying the same things we are. You know, what happened here? Ball's hit right on the nose. Swisher, you know, not a great throw. Pedroia has to cut it off. I think Georgie thinks it was an easy play standing up. Martinez might have even tricked him a little bit, looking like he wasn't even going to receive a throw. And he kind of took the plate away from him. You get caught within your steps, and next thing you know, you're walking to the dugout.
I think he certainly had a better chance if he had taken the ground route and tried to get underneath the tag. Now we're watching. You should watch the on-deck hitter, and that's Melky Cabrera, whether he gives him any indication whether he should slide or not. Here comes Posada. The throw, I don't know if Ellsbury was even thinking home plate.
You know what happened there? You see Georgie look back. I think he saw Pedroia cut that ball off. And seldom do you ever see a second baseman cut off a ball from the outfield and make a play to the plate. I think he assumed that Pedroia wasn't going home. But again, Melky was in the right position. You don't know if he told him to get down. But I guarantee when Georgie looked back, he sees the second baseman right there. Okay, I'm going to score. Kind of jogs it in. Because he didn't even make it to the cutoff man where.
Wow.
That's exactly what happened.
But still, if he had decided to get down, he would have made it. Let's watch Melky.
Well, Melky's telling him to get down there.
That's not really emphatic.
You see this right?
The guys back there couldn't believe it either.
They had a good angle in the bleachers.
Hot shot right at Pedroia, and that'll do it. So the Yankees waste an opportunity, but bad base running by Jorge Posada. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. Pedroia cut the ball off and then fired to Martinez, and he tagged out Posada inexplicably standing up. While the Yankees and the Red Sox scoreless, the Yankees should have had at least 1 run, but Posada goes in standing up when a slide would have made him easily safe. And we'll take another look as we move along. And here's Dustin Pedroia, the one who cut the ball off and made the strong throw home. And that one's fouled away.
You don't see this play out very often. And what happens is a runner, I mean, you read the hit, you're going around, but I mean, here's your cutoff man. The cutoff man is right here. So you pick up. He didn't even get it there. You assume he's just going to second base to hold the runner. And Georgie gave up on it halfway in. That's exactly what happened.
You got to give Pedroia a little heads up there for a little credit for making a heads up play and throwing the ball home. Just maybe on a whim, just to take a chance.
You know, he used to do stuff like that with Robbie Alomar. He'd throw behind runners and things that you weren't accustomed to seeing second basemen do. And it just, smart heads up play.
We saw Robbie up at the Rogers Center this past week.
Oh, they had a they brought back what the couple championship teams or something.
And just a lot of former players. And great second baseman.
High fly ball deep to right. Swisher back on the track at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. A home run for Dustin Pedroia, and the Red Sox lead 1-0.
Well, kids at home, this is why a lot of people love to play baseball. You don't have to be the biggest, the strongest, but look at some of the things that Dustin Pedroia has done for this team today. Defensively, offensively. Does a lot of things.
He's got a double and a home run tonight. He's now hit in 6 straight games and has scored 80 runs this year.
Here's Victor Martinez. And the pitch inside. Just cleared the wall over the leaping try of Nick Swisher.
Oh, we've seen a few of those this year.
Home runs or leaping tries?
Well, just leaping tries and just over the wall.
So the reigning MVP has certainly had an impact on this game, as the Red Sox are up 1-0.
You know, you think about that. Going into last year, would have anybody in America voted Pedroia as being the MVP of the American League with all the big, strong home run hitter all-stars? You know, what is it? It's every single day coming out here, playing it hard, doing little things, hitting your home runs, but making your great plays. It's fun to see guys succeed at the game that aren't the, you know, just the standout all-stars sometimes.
They turned Martinez loose on 3-0. He fouled the ball off.
Maybe good reason. Victor Martinez is 10 for his last 21. So he's stepped into the Boston lineup, and you know, it's obviously he brought his best hitting bats with him from Cleveland.
Count 3-2.
You know, when you trade for a guy, but then when you trade for such a balanced hitter, I mean, it helps your offense so much. You can stick him right in the middle of the lineup. I mean, there were years where the Yankees would carry a lefty just to worry about one, you know, Ortiz. Now you've got another right-handed hitter. You know, it makes their lineup so much stronger by throwing Victor Martinez, a switch hitter, in the middle of it.
Yeah, he's a 3-time All-Star too.
3-2, and he walked him. Second walk issued to Victor Martinez. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Cleveland beat Minnesota this afternoon 2-1. Detroit over Baltimore 7-3. The Angels beat the White Sox 9-5, and Texas beat Oakland 6-4. A lot of early games in the American League. Let's look at the National League. Washington over Florida 12-8. I believe Florida was up in that game 7-0. Philadelphia, Cliff Lee wins another one 3-1 over Colorado. The Mets at San Diego at 10:05. Atlanta at the Dodgers 10-10.
And Kenny, have you ever seen anybody set up to hit like Euclid does with his hands on the bat? If we'll get a look, I'm sure now, but everybody starts in a position. You get to a hitting position, but to have your hands a foot away from each other, very strange way to start hitting. Kind of hard to turn on a pitch right there, isn't it? Huh?
Pitch inside.
That's something you have to been practicing since Little League, though. You can't pick that up overnight.
Every once in a while, you'll do that off a tee or something. If you want to think about hitting with your top hand or something like, you know, staying on top of the ball, whatever. But he's taking it all the way from the tee box over to the, you know, to the on-deck circle and to the plate.
Drilled deep to left field, but foul.
You wonder how many little kids in Boston he's influenced to hit like that. Here it is. He's going to get it. He's going to get ready, though. Ready enough to pull this ball foul. He whistled it too.
And kids are always influenced by the stars of the day. I mean, how many kids in the 70s would, for no reason, flap their elbow like Joe Morgan?
Joe Morgan, yeah, growing up in Cincinnati, boy, everybody did. Everybody in Little League, you'd show up, everybody flapped their elbows, you know.
The 2-1. Breaking ball is a strike. Jabba very quietly is building up a high pitch count here. He's at 55 with nobody out in the third.
I was going to say, Michael, his last 3 starts, he's gone at least 6 2/3. And once he went 8 innings.
That one's driven down the right field line. Fair ball, it could be trouble. It's a foul ball.
But Kenny, how many times has this happened as a hitter? When you hit a ball like this, and the only thing that goes through your mind if you're Kevin Youkilis is, why didn't I hit that at home? Because that little pesky pole in Fenway, that would have been a home run. It would have hooked right around it at 300 feet.
Yeah. Well, he had the right umpire calling it for him. It's just it's Chad Fairchild, but that was a foul ball.
Kenny mentioned that job has been given the Yankees length. He's averaged 14.2 pitches per inning over his last 3 starts. That's not the case tonight. We're in the 3rd inning. Nobody out. 57 pitches so far. And if you watched yesterday's ball game, the Yankees don't have a fully loaded bullpen. Cebes pitched a long time. Hughes pitched for the 2nd straight night. They did manage to get by without Mariano Rivera. Youkilis was tossing away the bat, but that was just the third ball.
I thought it hit him on the elbow or something. And it does happen every once in a while. I've done it. I'm sure you've done it, Kenny. You get messed up on the count. You think that's ball 4.
That didn't hit him.
Heads up base running by Martinez, not taking off for second.
Absolutely.
I've seen that happen too. And all of a sudden you're up there with a man off a base. You fool your own base runner. But it's up to the first base coach, so always tell the guy on base what count it is.
Grounded foul outside of third.
I tell you, this is a kind of at bat you realize, this Kevin Youkilis is probably the heart and soul of the Boston Red Sox right now. I mean, he has become their go-to guy offensively. I mean, he's something. And he was a great player. And then when Manny left, I think that more pressure was put on him. Jason Bay obviously has helped. He got off to a great start, but this guy right here, day in and day out, is probably the toughest out in this lineup.
And a walk. So Jabba has not been around the plate as much as recently. He has 4 walks so far. And that's going to bring up David Ortiz and bring out Dave Island. And the boos begin again for David Ortiz. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the New York Yankees. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. Kenny, you mentioned when Ortiz was up that the list should just come out.
Yeah.
I thought Joe Girardi really explained it beautifully. He says it's like pulling a Band-Aid off slowly rather than quickly. But it's the players that don't want it out. The Players Association will not let it come out.
Well, I believe it's under court seal. Is that one of those names?
Ortiz about to bang into a double play. 4-6-3. And that's just what Jabba needed.
See, but one of the problems there, Michael, is somebody has those names as we watch Ortiz bang into this double play, and it helps Jabba out that he picks on the first pitch and hits it to Cano, and they quickly turn to double play because Ortiz doesn't run all that well. To Jeter for one, there goes Youkilis, he's out, and now Ortiz is the back end of the double play. But there's somebody who's using this list, to me, as a weapon, just to drift the name out there every so often, whether it's David Ortiz or Sammy Sosa or Alex Rodriguez. And to me, that's not right. That is not right at all. Either keep them all anonymous or don't let any. You understand what I mean? Or let them all out.
Well, the fact that one is out is disgraceful because the players were promised anonymity.
Yeah.
But once one came out, I thought it was unfair that Alex Rodriguez wore the scarlet letter for them all. And now you have the last 2 that leaked out. The New York Times actually broke that story. David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez, and it just keeps ruining baseball.
That's my point. Why ruin it slowly over and over and over again, as opposed to just get it all out of there? Let's go. Get beyond this.
The 1-1. High fly ball center field. All things considered, Java escapes relatively unscathed, but he did give up the home run to Dustin Pedroia leading off. Pedroia went the other way. A high fly ball to right field that just cleared the wall, just cleared the glove of Nick Swisher, and just gave the Red Sox a 1-0 lead. Saturday night, get your first look at the 2009 New York Giants. Straight from the source, from new players to new dreams, the new season starts here. The Giants training camp report premieres Saturday night at 10:30 here on My 9. Eli Manning is poised to sign a contract that will make him the highest paid player in the history of the NFL.
It's all about when you play the game, Mike.
All about timing.
You know what? It's all about they got the money to pay him.
Yeah.
Here's Derek Jeter, top of the order against John Smoltz. Red Sox lead 1-0. Breaking ball is crushed to center field. Ellsbury back, still back, track, and he'll make the play as he crashes into the wall. And he is shaken up.
You know, when you leave your feet, you kind of lose your balance when you hit the wall. And you'll see he slid into this. And this is just from playing at a ballpark that you're not really accustomed to. See Ellsbury get back, but he gets off his feet here.
Oof.
Nothing to really, you know, brace yourself.
And he is covers a lot of ground in center field. We told you second in the league in stolen bases, but he got a good jump on this one. I mean, the last couple of nights, you saw Vernon Wells take one away from Johnny Damon up against the wall last night. And tonight it's going to be Jacoby Ellsbury into the center field wall here at Yankee Stadium.
That had to shake him up. He really hit that wall hard.
I just think back to the days when the walls weren't padded.
For all you youngsters, Google the name Pete Reiser of the Brooklyn Dodgers. He was supposed to be a Hall of Fame type player, but he just kept running into brick walls.
As soon as you kids Google it, write it to me, because I don't know the story either.
Reiser, and he was a phenomenally talented player for the Dodgers, but he kept running into brick walls and concussions, knocking himself out.
Fractured skull one time, I think.
Yeah.
Lord. You'd learn after once or twice, huh?
He's a hard-nosed player back in the hard-nosed days. This is Ellsbury last Friday. I think that was Adam Jones who hit that ball. We won't know, but we see what happened on the other end.
You know, it's amazing, Kenny, when I look at those plays, and I mean they're athletic and everything, but they look so easy on TV, just like the ball's waiting there for you. When you're out there, it happens so quick. I mean, the ball doesn't stop and wait for you to get into a position to make a catch or get over the wall.
Or smile
Yeah.
while you're doing it.
That one's driven deep to right field. Going back, Drew. Looking up. See ya. Johnny Damon ties the game with his 20th home run of the year. A solo shot. It's 1-1 here in the Bronx.
Well, Michael, almost right on cue. In our open, second part of the open, we've talked about how hot Johnny Damon is. He's now hitting 6 straight games, and he's homered in 3 consecutive ball games. This was a line drive, almost to the exact same spot that Pedroia hit his. Who's ever sitting in this seat might have 2 baseballs.
There's Mark Teixeira, and there's a strike.
I'll tell you, every once in a while, Johnny Damon, and 20 times this year, he's turned that ball around. I mean, he'll break 3 at-bats and 1 at-bat and then go shoot a line drive. This was an absolute 2-iron out of here.
2-iron. It's kind of firing up the crowd.
That one's driven out to deep left center field, giving Chase Youkilis on the run, and it's off the wall. Teixeira picks up a double.
Well, Damon and Teixeira have gone back-to-back 5 times this year. And that ties the franchise record set by several other combinations. But this is out over the plate, and he just picked on the wrong part of the ballpark. This is a long way for a left-handed hitter to left center field here. Ellsbury's not going to get this one. Off the wall, a long 2-base hit for Mark Teixeira. I thought for a minute there they had set a new Yankee record for back-to-back homers.
You know, it's funny because I look at Youkilis running out there. He's going to wake up tomorrow and feel like a truck ran over him just because he is. You know, when you're an infielder, you're not used to running sprints after balls and things like that. All of a sudden,
Alex hits one deep to left center. That one's in the park, though, as Ellsbury will make the catch. Teixeira played it halfway. He'll head back to second.
The Yankees are getting better swings this time through the order. Think of the ball that Jeter hit to center field, then the home run, then the double. A-Rod just missed that one. So the Yankees, second time through the order here, are getting some pretty good swings at John Smoltz. Breaking ball. Remember, he threw him a lot the first time up. The only thing that saved him, that ball was down a little bit. He had to go down and get it. And you can see Youkilis again on his horse. But he's going to leave it up to Ellsbury to make the catch. Watch him go down to get it. He had to go. If it's up a little bit more, this ball is driven instead of such a high fly ball.
Here's Matsui. 1-0. Breaking ball misses and the count 2-0.
Kenny, you look at it, it's funny because both these pitchers, if you just are watching the pitch counts and some of the balls they're hit, you know, they seem like they're struggling a little bit. But then all of a sudden you look at the scoreboard, you know, it's a 1-1 game.
Breaking ball strike.
You know, last night Matsui got a key pinch hit, a little blooper in the left field, and you know, I speculated, how do you say get down in Japanese? Because it was one of those little bloopers he wanted to fall in front of him. I actually asked one of the members of the Japanese press, and they told me it's shitani. That's what he was probably saying as the ball was in the air. Shitani, get down.
See, these are the questions you have to have when Michael's not around. You know, he would have let you know that.
Of course he knew it, but he wasn't there last night. I couldn't.
They use that phrase a lot in discos. Get down. Yeah,
nice.
That's what I
told
heard.
you he had his A game out, huh?
The 2-1. And the count 3-0.
Oh, no.
Oh, they called it a strike. Said he went around.
That's Bill Miller.
Well, I'll take another look. Wow.
Oh, no.
Didn't look like it.
No, it didn't. Matsui's thinking get serious. I don't know how you say that in Japanese.
The 2-2.
You think other umpires, you know, like Bill Miller gets to, you think Daryl Cousins looks down there and just like, man, that was bad. So, that wasn't me.
So what if somebody looks across the diamond and says, what are you doing?
Or the second base umpire sees that ball called a foot off the plate, like, wow, he missed that one. Huh? Oh, there's old Jim Joyce. How you doing, Jim?
Jim stole Goose Gossage's mustache.
He doesn't want to talk, you see? Still don't want to talk to me, Michael.
Jim Joyce didn't talk to you?
Oh, yeah, he was one of the nicer guys out there.
Swing and a miss as Matsui down on strikes, but the Yankees tied the game. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. The 1 run came on this swing. Johnny Damon picks up his 20th home run of the year, 64th ribby. Smoltz is not pleased. It's a 1-1 game. After 86 years at the same address, greatness has a new home. Join the Yankees as they celebrate the inaugural season of Yankee Stadium on Saturday, August 29th, when the Yankees play the White Sox. It's Calculator Day, and the first 18,000 fans, 14 and younger, will receive a Yankees calculator courtesy of Sharp Electronics. Yankee Stadium, the inaugural season. Well, it's time for the Jeep trivia question. Jeep, turn your clunker into cash towards a new Jeep vehicle. See your participating Jeep dealer on the double for details. And the question, which players were involved in the last trade between the Yankees and the Red Sox? We'll find that out in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Babe Ruth was sold, correct?
Yes, he was.
That wasn't the last deal, I don't know.
No.
From a Red Sox standpoint, it should have been.
KFC scoreboard, it's 1-1. Top of the 4th inning. And it's brought to you by KFC. Life tastes better at KFC. Hot shot and grabbed there by Jeter. The jump pass to first. Not in time as Lowell beats it out.
You know, it's so funny because I was watching that play and Teixeira, he was waiting, and he wanted to jump and bring it down so quick because he knew it was going to be close. I've seen this many times before, but there wasn't. Teixeira couldn't wait any longer.
Too much airtime underneath it, but a heck of a try coming up with it. Way back on the outfield grass. Tell you what, the ball would have beaten him if it was on. If it was on target, he would have gotten him. Man, you see that on a Wheaties box, don't you?
Here's Casey Kochman. Pitch outside. Count 1-1.
See, Jeet always talks about his vertical. You see that?
There's some airtime there.
A little bit. Must be the shoes. He's got the Jordan shoes on, right?
Ooh, that's what you're talking about with Daryl Cousins. Couldn't get the call.
Wasn't it the last game you did, Paul? And take a look at this pitch. Where you found out that your youngest son dunked for the first time?
That's right.
Yeah. He called during the game.
During the game, I keep getting a call, and I look over. It's Aaron. I take off my head. Aaron, I can't talk now during the game. So this is more important. Yeah. Like what? What is it? He said, I got my first dunk.
That one's driven to right field. Giving chase is Swisher, and that ball's gone. It's a 2-run home run into the short porch and right for Casey Kochman. And Job has his hand on his hip. He cannot believe it, as the Red Sox now lead 3-1.
That's Kochman's first hit as a member of the Boston Red Sox. And he reached out and hooked this one. You see that follow through.
Helicopter with the bat there. But again, every one of these balls just making it out of here, and you see the pitcher's reaction. It might be one of those nights where the ball is just flying to right field.
Here's Jed Lowry. There's a ground ball toward first, and it's foul.
And you know, you saw Georgie's reaction when he took a new ball out there. You know, Java kind of looked at him and just kind of shaked his head, and Georgie screamed, "Let's go, it's over." You know, there's nothing you can do about that pitch. They've rounded the bases, they hit every base. We can't, you know, you get on to the next guy, and that's very important, especially as a you know, a younger pitcher that's a strikeout pitcher that, you know, they're not used to seeing their fastball turned around like that.
We've seen a lot of pitchers with that look here at the stadium this year, but the Yankee pitchers should be familiar that the ball does jump out a bit toward right field, and Java could not believe that that made it.
These are two good hitting teams. And sometimes you make good pitches and they still hit them.
Well, Lowry could not hold up, so he strikes out for the second time. Here's Ellsbury, and there's a strike. Through Posada to the backstop. Well, coming into today's game, Job had given up 7 home runs at home and 6 on the road. So now it's 9 here at home. A solo shot to Pedroia, and then a 2-run shot to Kochman. Count 2-2.
There's that slider down and in. The Jabba loves to throw to lefties. The problem is if you leave it out over the plate, there's a good one right there, and I don't think he's had his best slider today. Kind of relied on his fastball more. Once in a while with 2 strikes, you swing at a pitch like that, you kind of get back in the box and you're saying, what are you swinging at? The ball up in your eyes, you know it's not a strike. But with 2 strikes, you know, as a hitter, you kind of get in that panic mode to see it and hit it.
Right back to Chamberlain. And there's 2 away. Tomorrow on the Yes Network, the Yankees host the Red Sox in Game 2 of this series. Coverage starts at 6 with batting practice today, and then the pregame. Then after the postgame, don't miss an all-new Center Stage featuring basketball great Bill Russell, only on Yes.
So, Michael, you went one-on-one with Bill Russell.
He won.
You know what? All kidding aside, you do meet some cool people.
Very cool. Very cool people.
Was he talking about his book with Auerbach?
Yes, absolutely.
I saw that advertised. Got to be some neat stories in there.
Michael, you must get some good numbers for your cell phone.
They usually don't give me their numbers.
Speed dial.
I was talking to Bill just the other day.
Yeah. What do you do with all those trophies?
Popped up. shallow right. Backing up is Cano, called off by Swisher, and that's going to do it. But the Red Sox scored 2 runs on 2 hits. The big blow, Casey Cochran's line drive that just got over the wall and gives the Red Sox a 3-1 lead. Time to take a look at the answer to our trivia question. And the question was, which players were involved in the last trade between the Yankees and the Red Sox? And the answer is, Yankees acquired Mike Stanley and minor leaguer Randy Brown for Tony Armas and Jim Mercier in 1997.
And that's a long time ago. And
I remember that.
one thing that's going to happen if you make, you can't really beat the other team, and with these two teams making deals, so that they're going to have to make their deals with other teams.
On the KFC scoreboard, it's 3-1, and a new shortstop for the Boston Red Sox. Nick Green takes over for Jed Lowry, and we'll see if there's an injury involved. Here's Posada. Line drive down the right field line. It is a base hit. Cutting over is J.D. Drew. He's going to play it in the corner, doesn't kick out to him, and that gives Posada a little bit of a break with a leadoff double.
Well, Posada's 16th double of the year. Maybe more people should talk hitting at 2 o'clock in the morning. I mean, he's 2 for 2 since then.
Nice moment before the game as legend Muhammad Ali made his way to the field, and the Yankees received awards for Legends Hospitality and Yankee Stadium, and Muhammad presented the award, and then the Yankee team crowded around to take a team picture with the greatest right in the middle.
Well, they were showing some highlights from his heyday back on this video boards here, and you know, he was the greatest back then.
He fought in the old stadium.
Yeah,
How many times?
Once.
Just once?
Against Ken Norton. Great fight, 1976.
That's not the fight he got his jaw broken, was it?
I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the one I remember the most was the Thriller in Manila. He and Joe Frazier. Neither one of them were the same after that fight.
Well, Ali was quoted as saying that's the closest to death that you could ever feel while being alive.
And he won.
And he won.
That's right.
So, Paul, you faced Smoltz in the 96 series and 99 series in an interleague game in 2001. How different does he look?
Well, I mean, his pitch variations are the same. I mean, fastball slide, a little split finger to a lefty, but his velocity's down. His break on his curveball is not the same. But again, I mean, he's pitching a 3-1 game right now. So he's smart enough and he has good enough stuff not just to pitch in the major leagues, but to, to pitch for the Boston Red Sox or in a pennant race against the Yankees. So obviously he's still got something left.
Michael, we talked about in our scouting report how left-handed hitters been wearing him out. He's given up 5 hits tonight, all of them to lefties. And some of the left-handed outs have been hard outs.
Fouled off.
See, 86 miles an hour. He took something off that pitch. I mean, again, when one side of the plate is wearing you out, you've got to figure out another pitch or got to figure out another way. In the old days, it was fastball, slider down and on their feet, and that was enough. But right now, he's going to have to figure out somehow to slow the left-handed hitters down, or he's going to show up and have just left-handed hitter lineup stacked against him.
Well, this one tonight, pretty much stacked against him. Only A-Rod and Jeter, batting right-handed.
Can't take them out.
No, you can't. They can hit anybody.
Fouled away. This is the first big game at this ballpark. I mean, really legitimately big game. Obviously, the biggest event up to this point was the home opener, and that was the ballpark was the star. Everybody came to see the ballpark. This is the first time that the entire city is talking about a baseball game here at Yankee Stadium, and the place is jammed, and it looks great. And this is the first big series that this ballpark has hosted. The 1-2.
Look out.
Now tomorrow's some matchup. It's A.J. Burnett against Josh Beckett. Then on Saturday, game on Fox, Buchholz against Sabathia, and then Sunday on ESPN, Lester against Pettit. And tomorrow's game is on Yes. Battle of former teammates with the Marlins, Beckett and Burnett.
You look at these two teams as they match up. I mean,
hot shot up the middle. It is a base hit. Rounding third is Posada. Here he comes. No throw this time. He will score. An RBI single for Cano. And the Yankees have closed it to 3-2.
Again, another left-handed hitter, and in a big situation here, Robbie Cano gets a slider out. Doesn't have a lot of break on it. Just drives it up the middle. See Jorge rounding the bases. Not going to let that happen again, but as a left-handed hitter, you see Smoltz kind of reaching behind him, just couldn't get back.
That looked like a line drive through the middle on Charlie Brown.
That's right.
And Charlie goes airborne.
I was saying, I mean, if you look at these two teams on paper, there's really no glaring weaknesses on either of them. I mean, they match up strong, starting pitching. The Yankees have, really improved their bullpen. Hitting, they both have hitting strengths. I mean, it's just two of the most solid teams in all of baseball, obviously.
Michael was talking about this is the big game, and they've been anticipating this series. That's why I give Joe Girardi and the Yankees some credit about getting up to Toronto and beating Roy Halladay, #1, and then putting it together and sweeping by winning the second game last night. And they had to come back to win last night's game. Not looking forward to this game.
See Cheat and Damon over there. The team starts getting close when you start putting batting gloves on together. They were putting their gloves on together.
You ready to hit?
That's right.
That's a good sign, though. Want to get up to the plate. Johnny Damon's got his bat.
I'm going to talk to it a little bit.
It's probably the one that went deep last time.
Right.
Man.
You're real nice to those, aren't you?
Don't want anybody else to touch him. You hold on to him.
2-0. See, Nick Swisher has 18 home runs. Amazingly, just 3 of those home runs here at the stadium.
Give him a green light here. Swish has a good enough eye. If it's a ball, he won't swing. Or if it's something that he doesn't want.
Last time these two teams met, since that point, the Red Sox have won all 8 against the Yankees. Red Sox are 6 games over 500. The Yankees are 15 games over 500. They're a different team than that team. A-Rod is A-Rod now. They've gotten their bullpen straightened out. Their pitching has certainly come around. And right now, they're the better team. Let's see if it bears out in this series. And he walks him on 4 pitches.
You get the idea here. Smoltz all of a sudden with these lefty hitters being a little bit more careful. And it's not just the Yankee left-handed hitters who are some of the best in the league. The other left-handed hitters on other teams have been hitting them. And some of those guys aren't not the quality hitters that the Yankees are.
There's Melky Cabrera. He lined out to Pedroia in the second. For Swisher, his team-leading 66th walk. And Derek Jeter awaits on deck.
Well, the Yankees did play some small ball last night, and it was Melky Cabrera was kind of in the middle of it. You know, when you looked at the paper this morning, he was 0 for 4, but he advanced 2 runners late in ball games to third base with 1 out and set up runs on 2 occasions late in the ball game.
Red Sox looking for a bunt here from Cabrera, and he wasn't bunting and takes a strike.
You know, maybe Joe Girardi seeing all these left-handed hitters getting some hits, including Melky, who lined out to second his last time.
Now, Joe looked aggravated there. I wonder if Melky missed a sign to bunt. He kind of slapped his hand down on that that cushion in front of him.
Could be a decoy.
Well, they missed 2 in a row.
You know, sometimes you do that. Sometimes when I have the green light 3-0, I would get mad in the plate and try and trick the catcher into thinking I had to take sign.
You got to be kidding me, you say to yourself.
I look at the third base coach. I look at Cal Ripken Sr. like, what are you doing? It's a 1-run game. Don't you want me to hit?
Foul tipped. And the count 1-2. Melky, good numbers lifetime against Boston. .317 with 2 homers and 24 ribbies. That one's drilled deep to right. There it goes. See ya into the second deck. It's a 3-run home run, and the Yankees have retaken the lead. They're up 5-3.
All 7 hits by left-handed batters. And each time Melky hits a home run, it represents a new career high. He's been getting some big hits all season long. Up and in and up and gone. Second deck. That's where Teixeira and Damon live.
You know, he changed up the way, you know, he got away from the split fingered and the slider, and he tried to go up and in. Just a little short this time in his career. Not able to get that ball in on Melky. Drives it again in the second deck. That ball's up and in. A lot of times, especially in the old days, that ball's right off your knuckles. John Schmaltz knows immediately where that ball's headed.
So Yankee Stadium is loud. Many in the crowd on their feet. And Derek Jeter digs in. John Farrell came out and talked with Smoltz. And the pitch outside, 1-0. Well, Smoltz has allowed at least 5 runs or more in 6 of his last 8 starts. And that one's fouled away. And although Terry Francona tried to paint a good picture, you look at the left-handed batters, how they've destroyed him today, 7 for 11. And righties are 0 for 4, but he painted that his numbers are not indicative of how he's pitching. But at some point, you have to live up to what your numbers say. You are what your record says you are, according to Bill Parcells. And his record says he's got a 7.0 ERA. That's getting higher. Billy Traber, former Yankee, just recently called up, is warming in the bullpen.
Red Sox kind of in the same bind that the Yankees are. They've used their bullpen a lot lately. And trying to stop the Rays down at the Tropicana Field.
That one's lined into center field. Ellsbury's there for the first out.
Second time the Jeters hit the ball hard to Ellsbury in center, up against the wall, and now in front of him a line drive.
Here's Johnny Damon. Count 1-0. Crowd still buzzing over that home run by Cabrera. And the count 2-0. Smoltz signed with the Red Sox, spent the first couple of months on the DL rehabbing from shoulder surgery. Back in the rotation, but he comes in today at 2-4, 7.12. Now the ERA is up to 7.65, allowing 5 runs in 3 1/3 innings so far. And the 3-0. 3-1. Grounded left side and off the glove of Nick Green for a base hit.
Yet another hit for a lefty. What are they, 8 for 12 now? 8 for 12 as Johnny Damon runs one through the left side for a base hit just beyond Nick Green. And even if Nick came up with it, he wasn't going to throw out Johnny Damon. And with Billy Traber warming up in the bullpen there, going to bring him in to face the switch hitting Teixeira? Probably not. You're going to bring him in to face A-Rod? Probably not.
Teixeira doubled off the wall in left field in the 3rd. Now people will say, well, John Smoltz still knows how to pitch. He still knows how to get people out. But, you know, his mind is writing checks that his arm can't cash anymore. I mean, yeah, he knows what to do, but can he make those pitches anymore?
You know, all players go through it, whether you're a pitcher or a hitter. You get to the point where, you know, I know how to hit. I just can't hit anymore. I can't get around on the fastball anymore. It's time to go work with Michael Kay.
I think Don Orsillo. He's on Nesson. (5-3) Yankees lead. Now he almost seems, Paul, as if he's plate shy. He's like afraid of contact.
Well, against the left-handed hitters, he's almost getting gun shy. Again, you've tried several different ways to get him out, and every lefty seems to be having great at bats, centering up the ball, hitting the ball hard.
You know, the word at the beginning of the season, wow, the Red Sox have so much pitching. And Terry Francona was saying, I laughed at that. He said, because you never have enough pitching. Well, Matsuzaka's on the DL. Tim Wakefield is on the DL. And Matsuzaka was 18-3 last year. And he's hoping to get back sometime during the season. That one is drilled to right field, giving chases Drew. And it's over his head and up against the wall. Damon will go to 3rd. Teixeira's at 2nd. Another base hit for a left-hander. The Yankees have runners on 2nd and 3rd, still 1 out.
Yeah, this is not the John Smoltz we saw with the Atlanta Braves, that's for sure. All those years of being somebody who could overpower hitters, that was just a spinning slider on the outer half of the plate. And when you've got a good, hard, tight slider, you can't go out there and reach and hook it like that. You got to be a special hitter. Teixeira is, but when Smoltz was Smoltz, this type of hitting wasn't happening against him.
No, he used to have one of the better sliders from a right-hander in all of baseball, and you see a lot of them just spinning now. Not a lot of break on them.
Now they're going to intentionally walk A-Rod. Now with the lefty Matsui due up, is this Smoltz's last batter? Do they bring in Traber to try and get Matsui, who would be the 9th batter to come to the plate? Well, they're already telling Matsui about what Traber throws. There's ball 3. Traber is ready. And there's ball 4. So Alex Rodriguez intentionally walked to load the bases, and that's going to do it for John Smoltz. 92 pitches for Smoltz, a 33-pitch inning, and it's hard to watch somebody who used to be one of the best struggle as he did. But if you're a Yankee fan, you have to enjoy the fact you're up 5-3. New York Yankees baseball on My 9 is brought to you in part by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Capital One Bank, what's in your wallet? And by Jeep, turn your clunker into cash towards a new Jeep vehicle. See your participating Jeep dealer on the double for details. Well, Terry Francona makes the call to the bullpen, brought to you by Verizon Fios, over 100 HD channels and the fastest internet. This is Fios. This is big. 3 1/3 innings, 9 hits. And Paul, as I mentioned, you faced him when he was great, and he doesn't seem as if he's anywhere close to that pitcher coming off major shoulder surgery.
Well, the big thing is it's really not the velocity on his fastball, it's his slider. He threw a lot of spinning sliders up there, and again, that's why you have trouble getting left-handed hitters out. You don't have that sharp break on it. You know, he can go to the locker room tonight and you know, look at himself and say, hey, if I'm healthy, if I feel good, you know, I'm going to get better. Or is this just a time where, you know, that this is what I got? I got to figure out another way. But you're right. I mean, here's a Hall of Fame pitcher that's going to have to figure out a different way to get guys out, or get, you know, just get a little more velocity on his slider.
You saw Traber's numbers at AAA Pawtucket, just called up. And here's Matsui. There's a strike. But he used to throw harder than 91, right?
Yeah,
Wasn't he,
I mean,
at 95?
he can still get guys out at 91, 92, but it's funny how when you start to lose your fastball, you also lose the break on it, and it comes from arm speed. You lose the break on your slider and your curveball.
I remember hearing Jim Cott say that it's not so much your fastball, it's your breaking stuff that loses its edge and sharpness. Just can't seem, they more or less just spin up there instead of having a tight, sharp break.
Five grand slams for Matsui. Albert Pujols has 5 grand slams this year. Popped up. And that's out of play.
Matsui's last grand slam, he hit it on his birthday in Oakland last year. Nice little present to himself.
Not so bad, right?
Yeah, nice little present to himself.
So Jaba's team picks him up after the Kochman 2-run home run. A long inning for Jaba. He's got a high pitch count. We'll be interested to see how far he can go in this game and how the Yankees will massage their bullpen to get those innings. The 1-2. And the count 2-2.
The Yankee fans might remember Traber with the Yankees last year. He's also spent some time with the Nationals and the Cleveland Indians.
Two. Hanging in there.
You know, it's funny, Kenny. You know how when you're handing in golf scores to acquire a handicap, you hand in every score, but if you hand in like a tournament score, it counts as 2. It counts double. That's all. I'm looking at John Schmaltz's his outing tonight, and when you're the Red Sox Yankee thing, it almost counts double how you pitch against the Yankees, or vice versa. If you're a Yankee pitcher, how you pitch against Boston.
It's a big swing game in the standings.
You get that, Mike?
I do. I understand what you say.
All right. I thought I was lost there for a minute.
You just lost me when you call him Schmaltz. That one is grounded to first. Kochman goes to second, one on to first. Not in time. A run scores. And the Yankees lead 6-3. So Matsui beats out what would have been an inning-ending double play, allowing Damon to score.
I'll tell you what, Kochman made a good, strong throw to second to Green, and Green did all he could to try and complete this double play. We told you Kochman is an excellent fielder. Look at that throw, right on the money. The return to first. Matsui hustling down the line as Traber gets over the cover. Pitcher does his job too. And you can see the foot on the bag before the ball got into the glove.
See that pitcher covering. You don't quite get the stretch and the extension you do from a true first baseman. Might be the difference of out or safe. You see Matsui not as good at wheels as he used to have, but gets out of the box quick from the left side.
Picks up his 50th ribby of the season. Here is Posada, who started it off with a double. This time he spins around to the right side to face the lefty Traber. Posada 2 for 2 against Smoltz. High fly ball, deep center. Ellsbury back on the track, at the wall. See ya! A 3-run home run for Jorge Posada. And the Yankees putting some distance between themselves and the Sox. They lead 9-3. So Jorge Posada getting a little redemption for that play at home plate where he didn't slide. Bruce Willis likes it as the Yankees are dying hard in this one. And the Yankees are up 9-3.
Now Jorge Posada came into the night 4 for his last 27. He's got a single and a double and a home run. Now he's just a triple away from the cycle. That's way out of here. That's way out of here to center field.
One of the longer home runs to center field we've seen all year. Kenny, you're his new head coach, man.
Hitting coach.
Don't think he won't want to talk to you tomorrow.
Oh. Shattered bat and a base hit for Cano as the Yankee onslaught continues.
This is his 14th home run of the year, and this one is drilled. Great extension on the swing. It had the sound. It certainly has the distance. A 3-run homer. Here's Ellsbury running out of room. And did they get a souvenir? No, not quite.
Yankees have 7 hits and 8 runs this inning. And the Red Sox have no one warming up. And Traber trying to keep Cano close.
Cano's got 2 hits this inning himself. He and Posada.
Well, the half inning started at 8:33. So it's about a half hour long. And Jabba has been on the bench for a while. Now he'll trade a long rest and be a little bit rusty for the 8 runs and the 9-3 lead. But you wonder if that will affect him as he comes out to pitch the 5th.
They used to have a saying, let's hit for 45 minutes.
It's almost there.
There's a strike.
Georgia, what you hit? I hit a heater. It was a nice little fastball up in the zone. Didn't have enough heat on it.
Yeah, it had some heat on it leaving.
Drilled deep to left field. Fair ball, it's gone. It is foul.
This one had too much left turn on it.
It had a lot of sound to it, too. That ball was jacked, too. I mean, these are the balls you see like when you're sitting behind the cage in batting practice.
Yeah.
I mean, balls just flying everywhere.
Missed outside, 1-2.
I just got a text from my son. He said,
did he dunk again?
This is a long inning. You better get some ice cream.
Which one of your boys did that to?
Andy, he's not even here. See, your kids want to take care of you. It makes you feel good about yourself.
Yeah.
No one's texted me.
I'm just saying, nobody's texting you to go get some ice cream, huh?
Yeah, my kids all probably figured I already had mine. Micah, you had mentioned that this is a different Yankee team than the Red Sox had faced earlier in the year. And it shows you that the baseball season, and everybody says it, it's not a sprint. It's a marathon. It's a long, long season. A lot of things can change during the course of a year. The makeup of your ball club changes. There's injuries to both these teams so far they've had to deal with. Red Sox are hoping to get Tim Wakefield back pretty soon. He made the All-Star team.
Hot shot up the middle, a base hit. And the hits just keep on coming. Swisher's 2 for 2 with a walk. Now John Farrell wants to talk with Billy Traber. Still nobody up in the bullpen.
You know, this is the first game of a 4-game series. You don't want to go through your bullpen. So Traber might be out there for a while. You know, he just got called up today from AAA. So the seed might be planted here. You
right.
Get the ball down.
Let me let you know a little secret here, son. You're in here for a while. And there comes a point in the time, you're right, you've got to get somebody in there to you know, eat up some innings. Both these teams are coming off series, you know, good series where they used a lot of pitching.
Josh Beckett is next tomorrow against the Yanks. He'll go up against A.J. Burnett.
Ooh, that's eerie, isn't it?
Popped up and out of play.
Melky's got a chance for another 3-run homer here. Same inning. Both sides of the plate.
Be impressive. Huh?
That impressed me.
I still don't know that 1 feet Tatis had 2 grand slams in an inning.
The same inning, yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty good way to start the game.
Yeah,
huh?
well, that was, I think he did against the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium. That's not an easy place to hit home runs.
Count 1-1.
There's a guy who hit a few. I think Eddie's got, what, 17, 19 grand slams?
Foul back.
That's how you get in the Hall of Fame. I was on base for quite a few of those. We used to have this game that we played that you could make a call on a hitter when you're in the dugout just to keep everybody in the game and call it. Do you think he's going to hit a home run? And I remember walking to get on base to load the bases, and Eddie was coming up. I was trying to get the attention of the bench.
I got this guy.
And I put my hand in my ear. I got this guy, and he hit a grand slam. Eddie hit 19 grand slams.
I believe the record is still held by Lou Gehrig.
23 of them.
23.
Yeah.
Before
23
you,
grand slams. Are you kidding me?
well, before you got here, Don Mattingly had a season where he had 6 grand slams in
Yeah, I remember.
one year.
And those are the only 6 he ever hit.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
Unbelievable.
23 though. You don't have 20. I didn't have 23 with Little League, Pony League, Minor League, all combined. There's no way. That's a lot of grand slams. How many did you have, Kenny, career?
6 of them.
6?
I think. Yeah, 6.
Popped up. This might finally do it. Pedroia.
Whoa.
And Green makes the play because he's a little bit taller, and that will do it. But the Yankee offense comes alive. Not a full moon, but it certainly seems like it. 8 runs on 8 hits. No errors and 2 men left. We played 4 here at the stadium. And the Yankees are leading 9-3 over the Red Sox. Time for the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Blimpie, America's sub shop. All finals in the American League. Indians beat the Twins. The Tigers beat the Orioles. The Angels beat the White Sox finally. And Texas over Oakland 6-4. That's in the American League. In the National League, Washington comes back to beat Florida 12-8. Another win for Cliff Lee as the Phillies beat the Rockies 3-1. Mets and the Padres, and the Braves and the Dodgers a little bit later on. A 34-minute half inning. Jabba on the bench watching his team explode for 8 runs. How will that manifest itself as he pitches here in the top of the 5th? And the pitch is way high. 9-12-0, leading 3-5-0. First game of this 4-game set. Yankees come into this series with a 2.5 game lead. You know, I look at the acquisition of Martinez, and I believe that that's a direct answer to the Yankees signing Teixeira, because this was the player that the Red Sox wanted. They wanted Mark Teixeira. They wanted a switch hitter who they could put smack in the middle of the lineup, and because the Yankees got him, the Red Sox have been on the lookout for that sort of player, so they make the deal for Victor Martinez. Now, the difference between those two players is that Mark Teixeira is an outstanding defensive player, and Victor Martinez really is not.
In a way, he's still kind of learning how to play first base because he came up as a catcher, and because of his elbow surgery, you know, maybe not able to catch quite as often.
Well, Jaba's gone 3-0 on Martinez, and he walks him on 4 pitches. He has walked Martinez 3 times, and he has not had great command tonight at all. For Jaba, that is his 5th walk.
One thing you'll notice about Boston is they'll continue to come after you. I mean, when you're used to playing in Fenway Park, when you've seen all kind of comebacks, 10, 11, 12 runs at a time. So you're used to playing in games, and they're one-sided, and the next thing you know, you get a few runs, and all of a sudden you're back in the game. So Jaba had a long break, but you know, it's an important inning to go out and shut them down.
Just had a great shot of David Ortiz in the on-deck circle.
6 pitches out of the strike zone. And now Jeter and A-Rod both jogging toward the mound. Now A-Rod heads back as Dave Island rushes out there.
Yeah, all Jaba has to do is look in the on-deck circle and say it's not getting much easier. It's one-sided, wasn't it? Yeah, I think a pitching coach and a catcher have to know which pitchers they can, you know, kind of pat them on the back. Come on, let's go. There's other guys. Let's go. You know, you understand what I mean?
It's like coaching and anything.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing. You got to know personalities of people.
Now 7 in a row. Just as quickly as they got the 8 runs, the Red Sox can strike back if you give them free passes. And he's thrown 8 straight balls to put runners on first and second, nobody out. And Dave Island is going to call the bullpen. And it's not to talk with Mike Harkey about how he's doing.
They're starting to move around out there. Whose number's being called? See, the danger here after throwing so many pitches out of the strike zone, the danger is with a good hitter up is to lay one right in there just to throw a strike.
And then it's 9-6 if you do that. And there's a strike. 6 walks by Jaba. That is a career high. And that's the way it's been breaking down pitch-wise in this game. He has labored. I mean, there's no getting around it. He has not pitched very well. High fly ball. Center field. Melky is there. And Ortiz is 0 for 3 tonight.
Jaba's hasn't had an easy inning tonight. I mean, he hasn't had a 1-2-3.
So usually a long layoff gets you rusty and you lose the strike zone, and we did see that from Jaba at the beginning of this inning. David Robertson beginning to throw, and as we mentioned, the Yankees use the bullpen a lot in Toronto, and you wonder about the availability of Aceves, of Hughes.
Robertson closed out last night's game.
Yep. Count 1-0.
Yeah, what Joe Girardi's doing, and I was just thinking about it, was a favorite trick of Earl Weaver. You know, Jaba's in line to pick up a win here. It's not the 5th inning. He has to qualify. Earl used to get another pitcher up, and he pitcher on the mound would see that
Absolutely.
and start kicking it in
He's
gear.
serious.
I want this win and get out of the inning.
I'd be anxious to ask Coney or somebody that has been through this before. What could possibly change after you sit in the dugout and get a big lead. All of a sudden, you can't find the strike zone. Your release point's gone. Everything's a little different. So, Coney, if you're listening tonight, I'm sure Coney's probably out to dinner or something, right, Michael?
No, he's probably listening.
That's right. Text Michael and let us know what happened. So we sound real smart up here, right, Ken?
Yeah. Or Al. If Al's watching. They both have excellent pitching judgment.
And Java continues the labor, one pitch away from loading the bases on walks. And that's what he does. He has walked 3 batters in this inning. Bases loaded with 1 out, and Mike Lowell, who has always hurt the Yankees, coming up to the plate. Well, now's your chance to own a piece of history from the original Yankee Stadium. Seats and other items are now on sale at Yankees.com. All souvenirs come with a Yankee Steiner letter of authenticity. For more information and to purchase original Yankee Stadium seats and other memorabilia, visit Yankees.com today and click the Shop tab. Robertson's about ready. Here's Lowell. And another one out of the zone. And Java quickly moving up on 100 pitches. The 1-0.
Wow.
This is amazing to me. And all of a sudden now it's in your head. I've got to get through this inning, and then the next thing you know, they're taking pitch after pitch, and that's what a veteran team will do. They'll let you dig yourself into a hole where they can get back in the game.
There's a strike.
One thing Dave Island had mentioned to me early this season, that every once in a while Java's going to fight his mechanics, and that's going to make him lose the strike zone.
The 2-2. Line drive, a base hit to left field. That's going to score 1 run as Martinez scores. Euclid moves to third. Drew to second. It's an RBI single for Lowell. And now the Yankee lead is 9-4. And Girardi debating whether to take out Java.
Not such a bad pitch, but it kind of spun up there. It's kind of a get-me-over pitch. And as Michael called it, Mike Lowell just seems to be the right man, right time. A lot of times for the Boston Red Sox, particularly against the Yankees, and he comes up with a hit. Java has dug himself a hole here with the base on balls, and now he's going to have to find a strike zone. And sometimes when you do that, you get too much of the plate.
Kochman already has hit him for a home run, a 2-run shot. He puts another one out, and it's a 9-8 game. So a big batter in this game for Java. Kochman's trying for the grand slam. The count 0-1.
See the difference when Mike Lowell went in there, took a bunch of pitches to see if Java had got it back. All of a sudden, Kochman gets up there and swings at the first pitch in his eye. So different philosophies.
Look out.
Count 1-1.
4th inning after a leadoff single by Lowell. Kochman's first ever hit as a Red Sox is a 2-run homer.
So Java, who has been so brilliant in his 3 starts since the All-Star break, not brilliant tonight. He is really laboring, trying to grind through this one. And now Posada goes out and talks with him. So you would think that the 8 runs in the 4th inning would give the Yankees some breathing room. Maybe they get a little bit of a laugher. Nothing to laugh about right now as the Red Sox have a run in and the bases are loaded. Foul back here. Count 1-2. The 7 walks are more than the Yankees have issued in a game as a team since they walked 9 against the Mets on June 12th.
I tell you what, if you watch this at bat, that's ball 3. I mean, Kotchman's come out of the zone for 2 pitches. This pitch again, that ball's up.
And he could not hold up on the slider in the dirt. And Kotchman strikes out. And as Paul said, he kind of helped out Job a bit on that at bat.
I mean, that's 4 balls. But again, if you swing early in the count and a pitch out of the zone, you allow the pitcher to get into a strikeout count. Job is struggling out there, doing everything he can to help this team get back in there. Allow him to, as a hitter, to continue to dig that hole. Now all of a sudden you see the light as a pitcher. I mean, you've got a couple outs. You're one good pitch for getting out of this inning.
Now here's Nick Green, who took over for Jed Lowry, who hurt his arm, his left arm earlier in the game. Don't know how he did it, but that's what the Red Sox are saying. So Nick Green has done a good job for them. They say he has an irritated left forearm, does Lowry. And Jabba cranks it up to 95. That's his hardest pitch of the night. Does he have one more in him? He struck him out. And Jabba Chamberlain works out of further trouble and avoids disaster despite walking 3. Red Sox score 1 on 1 hit, and they leave the bases loaded as Nick Green goes down on strikes, and Jabba is more relieved than pumped. Well, would you like to own a piece of the original Yankee Stadium? Take home many artifacts, including stadium seats from the original Yankee Stadium. Call Yankee Steiner Collectibles at 800-759-SCORE. There are many unique items which are the perfect addition to any Yankee fan's collection. Contact Yankee Steiner Collectibles today at 800-759-SCORE or visit steinersports.com or yankees.com. Derek Jeter will lead off against Billy Traber. And the pitch outside at 1-0. 9-4 Yankees lead, bottom of the 5th inning. First of 4 between the Yankees and the Red Sox. And Jabba Chamberlain certainly winded. A season high 108 pitches. And a career high 7 walks for Chamberlain over 5 innings. Grounded foul.
Nerig's hit the ball hard 2 out of 3 times. There's nothing to show for it, but bringing in a left-hander. Nerig's leading the world in hitting against left-handed pitching. .427 against lefties. That's a late afternoon batting average.
That is good. Kind of averages things out for you, doesn't it?
Grounded to Green. 1 out.
All the way down to 4 1/4 now.
Yeah, well, whatever. You know, it's still impressive. It's about the time those commuter trains leave and go back to home. Gets a .427 up to Westchester.
Here's Johnny Damon. Now, David Robertson obviously threw enough. Yankees don't have anybody throwing in the bullpen right now. Would they let Jabba come out and pitch the 6th inning? Or is Robertson ready to the point that he doesn't need to throw any longer?
I would think.
Grounded up the middle, and Johnny Damon, red hot, continues to be on fire. 3 for 4 for Damon.
I would think that Robertson, if he's coming to the game, at least be soft tossing. So you say that Jabba's got a season high 108. I'm going to test him one more inning. I mean, the bullpen's a little short.
They might be going that route. Now, it looks like
somebody's getting up.
Robertson is getting up again.
Yeah, he's going to soft toss.
And the pitch to Teixeira is a strike. Yankees with an 8-run outburst in the 4th. Lead 9-4. Damon with 3 hits, 7th time this year. John Smoltz is a spectator now, but sitting in the dugout watching this one. High fly ball, center field. And Ellsbury makes the catch. I wonder if a guy like Smoltz, who's been around a long time, spent his entire career with the Braves, signs here, has shoulder surgery. I wonder if he contemplates, hey, am I done? Or are athletes that great that they don't think that they're ever done?
I think that from his standpoint, and this is maybe the way I would be thinking, I put a lot of hard work into getting ready to see if my shoulder, you understand what I mean? I think that creeps into your mind, of course, as you get to be a certain age. And, you know, people tell you, well, everything's preceded by 42-year-old John Smoltz. That becomes part of your name in baseball lexicon.
And Alex Rodriguez picks up a single.
And so he's got to make the call. You want to go out. He's certainly earned the right. If he wants to go out on his own terms, you understand what I mean? Instead of having to push you out the door.
Well, Terry Francona addressed it today, said, you know what, we have too much invested in this to pull the plug. Yeah. And we see enough that he's going to keep getting run out there. Well,
you know, he's worked very hard to get to this point, and maybe they see that he can only get better as opposed to get closer and closer to what John Smoltz had been as to be, you know, over the hill, if you understand what I mean.
Here's Matsui. The Yankees are 4 for 9 tonight with runners in scoring position. Count 0-1. Well, the Red Sox, when they signed Smoltz, it was a flyer. You never knew. You gambled on his past and his reputation for working hard and his resume. The Braves, who had a lot invested in him as well, decided not to go that route. The Red Sox did, although the Red Sox weren't the only team sniffing around Smoltz. Other teams were interested as well.
You know, I will say this about the Atlanta Braves, though. They seem to know pitching. They know it maybe a lot better than other organizations. And when the Braves decide that they're going to move on, there's a good reason why they're doing it.
And they moved on with Smoltz, and then they moved on with Glavine as well. Serve down the left field line. It is a base hit. That'll go into the corner. Damon will score. Alex Rodriguez rounding third. Here he comes. Here's the throw. No play. Backing up is Traber. Moving to third is Matsui. And the Yankees lead 11-4. A 2-run double for Matsui. And probably an error on the throw, allowing Matsui to move to third.
I'll tell you what, Robbie Thompson, he is a gambler. I don't think I'd want to sit across the table from him in a poker game because he's going to call your bluff. Damon scores easily, not as easily for A-Rod. Watch that handstand to pump a little more. Here he comes. Keep it coming.
You know, it's funny as a runner, too. You kind of get that speed of that arm, and you think, I got to go. Kevin Youkilis getting quite a workout out there for not being in left field for a long time.
And he's got his track shoes on tonight. So did A-Rod. Scoring all the way from first base.
And the error is on the shortstop, Nick Green, allowing Matsui to move to third. Posada is a triple away from the cycle. The Yankees had not had a cycle since 1995 when Melky did it in Chicago. Can they get another cycle that soon afterward? Although Posada is certainly not a triple machine.
Well, his next triple will be his first one this year.
11-4, 11-15,
wow.
and 4-6.
It's like a lottery number up there, doesn't it?
Come on, Jorge.
I'm just trying to figure out. I'm looking at the outfielders thinking, you know, how's Georgie going to throw a triple out there?
I don't know.
He's got 9 career triples, though. Look at it.
Last year he had one in April.
It has to go to left center and take an erratic bounce.
Or a diving miss.
Yeah, that's a good way.
Now, so many people don't realize this, but Jorge Posada actually pinch ran in the 1995 playoffs for the Yankees. And I joke with him about it. He goes, you know, no, I used to be fast. Remember, I was a second baseman.
Yeah. That catching will slow you down, Michael.
And Posada swings and misses for the final out of the 5th. But the Yankees tag on 2 more runs on 3 hits. No error, 1 error, 1 man left, 5 in the books. It's 11-4 Yanks. Okay. Well, the Yankees lead this one 11-4 on the Cure scoreboard, and it's brought to you by Cure Auto Insurance. Drive well. 11-15-0, leading 4-6-1. All the scoring done for both teams in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th innings. So the Yankees needed a resounding victory. I'm not saying it's over yet because now they have to mix and match out of the bullpen for 12 outs. David Robertson will start it off. 42 strikeouts in 30 innings, which is impressive. 23 hits, a bit too many walks. But the Yankees, having lost the first 8 games against the Red Sox this year, needed to make a bit of a statement. I thought that this first game was very important, and they're leading so far 8. Let's check that, 11-4. And Robertson deals high to Ellsbury.
Yeah, Robertson closed out last night's game at Rogers Center against the Blue Jays, an 8-4 Yankee win. He had a pitched the 9th inning, struck out 2, gave up 1 hit.
Michael and I talked about this game on the radio show today. He just called me up on the way here like it was nothing. Hey, we're on the radio together.
And then, of course, we lost signal because Paul has a Cincinnati phone.
I basically just didn't like your question, so I just hung up on you and then told you I lost service. How you like that? The truth really comes out on TV, huh?
It was nice of you to be a guest on 1050 ESPN Radio from 2 to 7 every Monday through Friday. The Michael K. Show. Yeah.
Is that the Michael K. Show?
Yes, it is.
I kept hearing in my ear, Paul, you there? You there? I told the driver, be real quiet, like you don't hear it.
And the 2-2. And swung on and missed. Posada scrambles after it, and it's going to be a strikeout. And Ellsbury will reach on the wild pitch.
See what the pitch is. It looked like a breaking ball down in the dirt. It looked like it bounced off a home plate. And Posada looked like he initially had a chance at it, but the ball still had some spin on it and got away from him for a second time. This is the first time he comes back to get it, and the ball will get away from him as Ellsbury has good speed. It's a strikeout and a wild pitch that allows Jacoby Ellsbury to reach first base.
Now, Kenny, let's really reveal the truth here. You just struck out, but you got to go to first base. You're still not real happy standing on first right now.
No, you're not. You know why? I would have been even less happy because they would have thrown me out.
From the screen?
Oh, yeah. I've been in a dugout right now.
Pedroia with a double and a home run. Also flew out to right. And the count 3-0.
Now, you can't keep opening the door here. I mean, the Jabba walked 7. It was in trouble the whole night, and it's still in line for a win if the Yankees can hold on here.
Right.
Victor Martinez on deck. And a walk. So a strikeout and a wild pitch and a walk. Runners on first and second, nobody out.
You see, Teixeira came over this time.
This is
Jeet said, I've been over there. A-Rod, I've been there too. Teixeira, you go over. You talk to him.
Try your luck, yeah. See if you can turn things around.
Dave Island does not look like a pleased man.
No, he's not. I don't blame him. 8 walks.
8 walks and have a big lead. That's the big thing.
He'd rather see him hit the ball and get base hits than put men on and get something brewing.
And the Yankees realize this game is far from over. It's the 6th inning. Let's say Martinez connects. All of a sudden, it becomes a 4-run game. So you can't give out free passes to a team like the Red Sox. Did he swing? Yes, he did. So Martinez 0-1.
Here's a look at that breaking ball. Yeah, that's a no-doubter. I don't think it even went to appeal.
And the pitch is low, 1-1. Kenny getting a visitor here in the booth.
Big time.
Big time. Hall of Famer. Hall of
right.
Fame visitor. Eddie Murray. There's Eddie. There's the Oriole.
That fella.
That's the middle of the Oriole lineup right there.
Turn around. The other side's better. There you go.
The 1-1. There's a strike. 1-2. It's kind of like when Tino comes and visits you.
Yeah.
3-4 back together again.
He takes a mic, though, and does a couple innings, though.
And the 1-2 pitch. Grounded foul. Game like this, Paul, the 8 walks, I mean, as a fielder, it's got to be brutal. You've fallen asleep out there.
Yeah, and you got to keep reminding yourself, I mean, this is a big game. This is the Boston Red Sox, but the pitchers, you know, they're slowing the game down. You know you've done great things offensively. Almost everybody on the field is happy the way they're swinging the bat, but the game is it's such a slow pace. So you're right. It's just, come on already.
And also that plays against making good defensive plays.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of visitors
I'll
up
tell you
here.
what, look at this. This guy brings gifts,
Mitchell
too.
Modell brought us gift certificates.
We like it. Eddie, what'd you bring? Nothing. You bring me a hot dog or something. Thank you very much. This is nice. Oh, they expire tomorrow. We won't be out of here by 10.
And now the Yankees are 1 pitch away from loading the bases again. Martinez has already walked 3 times tonight.
Yeah.
And, you know, Kevin Youkilis awaits on deck, and then after him, David Ortiz. So they've got Phil Koch up if it gets to David Ortiz. And the 3-2. He struck him out. That's a big strikeout for David Robertson. He challenged him, and Martinez swings through.
Again, the big lead, you got to go after people. And he's got a good enough fastball, especially high in the zone, to get by him. See Dave Island over there leaning into a strikeout.
So far, it's been a no contact inning. 2 strikeouts and a walk, and there's still trouble out there.
Usually when you have 2 strikeouts, you got 2 outs.
There's Youkilis. He is 0 for 1 with 2 walks. And a strike.
Has there been a 1-2-3 inning in this game? No, on either side. Pitchers have been challenged all night long.
The 0-1. 0-2. Hey, a crowd of 49,005 here at the stadium. Second sellout of the season, and it's the highest attendance of the season to this point. Yankees have been leading the major leagues with the highest average attendance per game. But 49,005 here in the Bronx tonight for the first of 4 between the Yankees and the Red Sox. The 0-2. Just missed. Oof.
Is this one of those strikes that they don't call on the Hall of Famers? They don't call on. Just a hint outside. Ooh.
The 1-2. Grounded foul outside of third. David Robertson going with the old school pants way up high, showing a lot of blue. Most of the pitchers now wear them like they're bell bottoms, but David Robertson's going the other way. A 1-2. Nub foul in front of the plate. Jorge makes the throw to third, and A-Rod over to first, but all for window dressing.
See, A-Rod, it's been so long since he had a ball, he just wanted to throw one.
Here comes Girardi to argue this, and maybe he wants to have another umpire take a look here. And Darrell Cousins said it was a foul ball. If it's anywhere in front of home plate, it's a fair ball. And maybe Jorge picked it up too soon. It might have had some more spin. It would have gone into fair territory a little bit more. Let's take a look. Now this would be the definitive angle here. Let's take a look here. I'll tell you what, it looks pretty fair right there.
The 1-2.
Ouch. Oh, man. Oh, the joy of being catcher, huh?
Yeah. Now you got to, unscramble your brain a little bit, make call a good pitch.
Try to figure out what pitch that was. You can call something different.
How about Jorge with the tribute to Thurman Munson?
Yeah.
The number 15 on the mask, and this is the anniversary of the Thurman Munson tribute game where Bobby Mercer had 5 RBIs against the Orioles when the Yankees returned from Thurman's funeral. So a nice gesture there by Jorge, putting Thurman's number 15 on his mask, which is retired and will never be worn by a Yankee again.
Tremendous night for Bobby Mercer.
Looking back there, I mean, Gino was here, right?
Gino was
Monahan.
here. Yeah.
Anybody else down there? Can't think of anybody.
Yeah, Bobby drove in all the runs.
Is that right?
And got the big hit in the ninth inning to win the game.
After giving one of the eulogies at the funeral, and let's take a look at how Bobby stepped up. He was not going to be in the lineup. Billy Martin did not have him in the lineup, and Bobby said, listen, I want to play. Hit a home run and then got a hug from Lou Piniella. They were 2 of Thurman's closest friends on the team, and he had 5 RBIs in that game, including the game winner. And Kenny, you were on the field that day with the Orioles.
That was the guy looking at that home run going to seats.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that was me.
And the 2-2. Strike 3. Euclid down looking. So now Robertson has struck out 3. He still has an out to go.
Got a chance to do great things here. Well, I guess
no,
not.
he doesn't.
Again, you have a long at bat, and all of a sudden, as a hitter, you sometimes just freeze up, and Euclid knows it. I mean, a fastball right down the middle after he's fouled off a few tough pitches.
Now Robertson was walking up the mound, and Girardi stopped him as he signals for Coke. Now Robertson departs. All of that adds up to the Yankees with an 11-4 lead over the Red Sox as Joe Girardi continues to mix and match out of the bullpen. His starter, Java Chamberlain, gave him 5 innings. David Robertson struck out 3, but a runner reached on a wild pitch and also a walk, so runners on first and second. Terry Francona trying to figure things out as Phil Koch now comes on. And Koch is going to face David Ortiz with 2 outs in the 6th. There's a strike. Now it's a strike, but if you look, Phil Koch really missed the spot there. He did not hit the target. It was set up outside. It came inside.
I think Georgie's going reverse psychology here. He's been setting up for strikes all night, and they haven't been hitting it. So now he's going to just set up and hope they miss it, right?
Popped up. Ortiz is about to go 0 for 4. Jeter settles underneath and puts it away for the final out of the 6th inning. So Koch comes on to get Ortiz. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 left. We go to the bottom of the 6th.
Where do you see what your parting gift is? Get a parting gift. Our producer's Bill Boland. Can you hear Bill?
I can hear it.
Oh, okay. He said thanks for joining us.
Okay, he turned that volume up way too loud.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Sure.
We go to the bottom of the 6th inning here at the stadium. The Yankees are leading this one 11-4. Billy Traber's still in there. He'll face the bottom third of the Yankee order. Cano, Swisher, and Cabrera. Cano's 2 for 2 with a walk. Now, the Cure Auto Insurance scoreboard shows the Yankees 11-15-0 and the Red Sox 4-6-1. And we are honored. We got a glimpse of him earlier, but now he's going to be on with us. Hall of Famer Eddie Murray is in the booth, and that one is driven to right field. Drew is there. 1 away. Now, Eddie, we feel as if you're a member of the booth anyway, because Kenny talks about you a lot. So we feel like we really know you.
Well, I figure I would come into play on blowouts and rain delays.
We need a little extra action up here.
A lot of Earl Weaver stories, you know.
Well, there it is. There's the middle of the Oriole order back in the day. 3-4 and 2 great switch hitters back-to-back in the lineup. Pretty good.
Thank you.
Those were fun days, although they were a long, long time ago.
I want to remind you of that just in case you forgot.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Well, I can remember when Eddie broke in, Rookie of the Year, and then 77, and hit more home runs than I did that year.
Yeah, I remember that 19,000.
Well, you made up for it, believe me.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Now, we were talking earlier about Grand Slams. You had 19 Grand Slams in your career. I mean, that's unbelievable. The record is 23 by Lou Gehrig.
Yeah, I didn't know I was had something to shoot for early. No,
You're taking care of that?
No, I tell you, Earl would. Oh man, I had some comments from him from time to time that I don't try when nobody's on, and Earl, I am. You know, I'd just rather have success when people are out there, but you always were trying.
That's why I always got the take sign 3-0 because he wanted me to walk to get on in front of Eddie to load the bases.
Singing, you were walking before I got there.
How was it having Ken Singleton hit in front of you in that lineup?
Well, I tell you, he had a plan, and I tell you, it worked. It just worked something serious. he takes an eye test, or somehow they put it in the paper how good his vision is. He takes a picture and it's the ball, obviously.
Look now, I'm wearing glasses. I'm the only one with glasses.
There's Kenny going yard against the Twins.
Oh, I got plenty of them.
Well, look who's waiting at home plate, though, Ed, when they're going to complete this trot, man.
Well, you're really styling around the bases there, Kenny.
Ah, there's Ed.
Oh, you're behind me.
Yeah, I was sitting behind you then. I think that was my last year. That's by the time Rip had gotten to the teams. I was hitting behind you then. I was your insurance policy.
That's a lot of runs right there. You know that?
Gosh. I'll tell you, it was fun then.
Well, you know, I always kid Eddie that he was Earl's favorite player because he was the only one Earl never yelled at. And that, you know it's true. You're the only one he never yelled.
You like being the teacher's pet, huh?
Hey, he knew the intelligence that was there. I tell you, I tried to steal third base one night, ended the ball game.
Yeah.
Eddie, get in my office. And
He didn't want to ball you out in front of anybody.
All the guys are going, great, great. He's going to get him. Well, I walk into the office. He says, close the door. I closed the door, and as I closed the door, sit down. As soon as I sat down, he says, get out of here. Now, as I'm leaving his office, I open the door, and here's 6 heads looking in and putting their ears to the door. They said, that was it.
You didn't tell the whole story. You know, we're 2 outs in the 9th inning.
I said
and we're losing the game. And he tried to steal third base and got thrown out.
Did I say that?
You did say that, Eddie.
All right.
He did.
So we figured this is it. If anybody's going to get yelled at, it's good. Eddie's going to finally get it. And Earl lets him off. You know, again, pardon from the governor.
I never tried to steal third again.
Yeah, well,
This sounds like an old Bill Cosby thing. Herman's getting a beating. Herman's getting a beating.
well, he yelled at me in front of the whole team for doing the same thing.
Well, there's a difference in speed there. 2 steps, a step and a half.
We were talking about the tonight's the anniversary of the Thurman Munson game. You remember when we came back here in the '79?
Oh, yeah.
That was a very sad night at the old stadium across the street. There's Eddie's favorite manager.
That's when he kicked some of the umpires out. I love that.
Yeah,
That was awesome.
He was something.
I tell you, that was the only night I got a bunt base hit in baseball. Well, in the big leagues, was that particular night.
Yeah, you didn't need to bunt very often.
Well, the Yankees just announced, guys, that they've acquired right-handed pitcher Chad Godin from the Padres in exchange for a player to be named later. Godin, 4-10, 5.13, and 20 games, 19 starts with the Padres this season.
Is he in town tonight?
I don't think he's in town yet.
We might need him.
That's a hot shot past a lunging Lowell in the left field. Pinch runner Hairston on for Swisher, moves to second.
Buddy, you've been away from the game a little bit. You say L.A. is home?
Yes.
How much baseball do you still watch?
Not a whole lot.
Is that right?
Believe it or not, if majority of the time I end up falling in love with watching girls play softball.
Softball?
Oh, man.
That's the only ball you can still see. See, I can't see baseball anymore either.
No, his daughters probably play.
They were in it for a moment there. Now she's grown to 5'11", so she's now playing basketball.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's something that you get to see her go try and play that.
Eddie's he's a golfer now.
Mm-hmm. Frustrated. Frustrated, just like us.
I'm frustrated, but I won't call myself a golfer yet.
Oh, okay.
There's Derek Jeter, and he pulls it foul.
Are there any players you enjoy watching out with the Dodgers or just around baseball?
Well, I just heard about my that 50-game suspension of the one I was teaching over there in Cleveland. That's in L.A. right now. You know,
Manning?
Oh, Manning.
You kind of that's not real good. But, you know, you're watching Albert over there in St. Louis. He's going through a Barry mode where he doesn't miss a pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Hot shot and foul.
Yeah, you work with Manny Ramirez young in his career. I mean, you know he's a great hitter, but do you see this down the line? I mean, here's a guy that I played with his first year, Derek Jeter, and I think, you know, he's going to be a good player, but I don't know if you ever put him in, you know, Hall of Fame type players.
No, Manny, you know it. For the longest, I've always said he was the best RBI guy in the game. I mean, my thing is when that score is tied, 1 run up or down, that's what an RBI guy does, and when he steps up, and that's what he's good at. He's not that 9-2 ball game driving in 3 more, you know.
you know, I was thinking about this game, and when I saw you and I saw this game progress, and I was thinking back to the day, and if the Oriole pitchers were walking as many guys as been walked in the game tonight, it'd been tough sitting next to Weaver in that particular game.
Yeah, it could have looked like one of those little teepees, you know, blowing up smoke.
He'd been yelling at somebody.
Grounded and past a lunging Lowell and down the left field line. Hairston scores. Cabrera will go to third. Jeter heads to second, and he's out at second. So Jeter, trying to advance to second, gets gunned down, but he picks up an RBI, and the Yankee lead is now 12-4.
This kind of reminds you of a Fenway Park game, kind of wide open, a lot of runs being scored. There's Mike Lowell coming up a little bit short, as Jeter's going to have a base hit. He kind of hesitated between first and second, and that's the reason why they were able to get him. Lowell couldn't get him one way, he gets him another.
Mike Lowell's defensively a good player. I mean, he comes up with that ball more often than not. Like Jeet's hand got in there, actually. Every once in a while you'll get a little mercy call from the umpire.
This is not one of those nights to be arguing.
No.
There's Johnny Damon. Now, Kenny, you'll be happy to know that Jeter, the last guy to get a hit, so they all have hits. They're all in the party, as you say.
That's right. Everybody has at least one hit. I've been the last guy. Sometimes I was the only guy that didn't have one.
Oh, jeez. Listen at this. Never failed. We start a ball game coming out of the locker room. Come on, guys. Let's get about 15 hits. I get 13.
Now, when you were his teammate, Eddie, did you think he'd be a broadcaster?
I was quiet.
I would not have guessed it, no. But I tell you, he's done an awful good job. I mean, I caught him at the beginning, and I tell you, somebody in this booth has really helped him a lot. No. He does an excellent job.
Michael's got his shoulders back, his head up.
No, it's you, Paul.
Thanks, Ed.
Yankees up 12-4 here in the bottom of the sixth. And Damon lost one to shallow center. Ellsbury's there. He'll put it away, and that will do it here in the sixth. Yankees score one run on 3 hits, and they lead one. Eddie, good to see you. Thank you so much. Hall of Famer Eddie Murray. We go to the 7th. The Yankees up by 8. Take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Chase. Now with over 14,000 ATMs nationwide. Chase, what matters. All finals in the American League. Cleveland beats Minnesota. Detroit over the Orioles. Angels beat the White Sox. And Texas beats Oakland. In the National League, Washington 12-8 over Florida. Philadelphia 3-1 over Colorado. Mets in San Diego underway. No score. And Dodgers hosting the Braves, and that will happen shortly.
You know, Michael, it was very nice of Eddie to come up here because years ago when he was playing, he would not talk to the press. And I think the writers are well aware of it. He was a great teammate, just somebody you could really rely on as a player and as off the field. But he just wouldn't talk to the press. But his numbers were so good that you couldn't keep him out of the Hall of Fame.
What was behind that, though? Because everybody I've ever heard that played with him said that he was the greatest guy and the greatest teammate, but he never showed that to people.
I think it went back to the World Series in 1979. Somebody wrote a story, and I think it was a New York writer wrote a story about his family that wasn't particularly true.
Right.
And Eddie, I remember him saying that I can't win this battle, so I'm not going to fight. And he just said from that point on, he didn't talk to anybody and just continued to hit, drive in runs, hit home runs, and do his thing.
Here's a 3-1. Popped up. Long run for A-Rod, but that'll be out of play.
Michael, I mean, you've been a writer. You've been through that whole thing. How much has it changed in the past 20 years, and do you think it's changed for the better?
No, I think it's worse because now there's a 24-hour news cycle.
Right.
Because of the internet, you have to have stories constantly, and you're never off the beat. You're never off the deadline. And I think now it's a more voracious appetite because everybody wants to break stories because there's so many different things. Websites, newspapers on websites, radio, TV. I think it might be worse. As J.D. Drew works a walk. And there they are, working away. Boston and New York media.
And plus everything now goes worldwide in an instant.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
there's no small paper that you could talk to and it's not going to get back. Now, one thing I noticed in the 6th inning, I wonder if you guys noticed, and this has been one of the knocks against Mike Lowell, who's a former Gold Glove winning third baseman. He didn't have any range at all. I mean, the ball hit to his left, he couldn't move. The ball hit over the bag, he couldn't move. And there's some question whether the hip surgery that he had robbed him of any lateral movement at all at third. High fly ball, deep right center. Jerry Hairston makes the play. 1 out.
Again, you talked about it, Michael, and you see how even as he runs, I mean, it might kind of be, a work in progress, but he's still offensively having a great year. Big part of what goes on in the clubhouse here, and pretty good guy. I mean, he came up with the Yankees, ended up playing with the Red Sox, the Marlins. He was down there for a while, so he's been on some winning teams.
And to think that the only reason he's on the Red Sox is that the Red Sox were forced to accept him and his contract if they wanted to complete the Josh Beckett deal with the Marlins. And not only did the Red Sox have to accept his contract, they had to send Hanley Ramirez, who they knew was going to be a great player, to Florida, but they'll do it all over again because they got a World Series MVP out of it in Lowell and a big, big, big game pitcher in Josh Beckett. That one is driven out to left field. Damon had him play perfectly for the 2nd out.
If you're Joe Girardi, you'd like to see Phil Koch get at least through the top of the order because Ellsbury is going to lead it off. So if he can get the final out here, he might have Koch start the next inning. And then go to another pitcher, a right-hander.
You think they'd risk that, though, Kenny? Because with a 12-4 lead, if he gets Nick Green here, you're going to need Koch all 4 of these games. He's the Yankees' only lefty.
So he would have worked to, what, 6 hitters?
They're going to take him out now. Yeah. I mean, it's too important because you've got Ortiz you have to deal with, Drew you have to deal with throughout the series, so they want to keep Koch fresh for that. So they're going to call on Mark Melancon to face Nick Green. Yankees are leading 12-4. Melancon jogs in, and we'll duck out for just a moment. Come back. Back here at the stadium, largest crowd of the season, 49,005. Second sellout of the season as the Yankees will call on Mark Melancon. You see his numbers. This will be his 9th game. 3.60 ERA, 7 hits in 10 innings, 5 walks, 6 strikeouts, and he will face Nick Green. So the Yankees in a slow-moving game, but they will take it if it's a 5-hour game because they're beating the Red Sox 12-4, and they have their first chance now to get their first win against the Red Sox, which gets that monkey off their back, and then they could proceed from there also on a more immediate level. If they hold on, they have a 3.5 game lead over the Red Sox, and 3 more to go in this series. So J.D. Drew's at first. Here's Green. Green took over for Jed Lowry, who hurt his forearm earlier in the game. Melancon's last 3 appearances, 4 1/3, 2 hits, no runs, no walks, and 4 strikeouts.
He hasn't had many opportunities to get in there, but lately he's been finding home plate. And he certainly has good enough breaking ball. And you just saw a good lively fastball to Nick Green. There's another one, but he can't find a strike zone.
Now he finds it, and the count 2-1. So the Yankees, Jabba went 5. David Robertson went 2/3 of an inning. Phil Koch an inning. Now Melancon.
It's not very often you go 2/3 of an inning and pick up 3 strikeouts.
And get pulled. Huh?
And for those that just joined us, the reason that happens is that one of the strikeouts, a wild pitch, and that allowed Jacoby Ellsbury to reach. Then a walk to Pedroia, strikeout of Martinez, strikeout of Youkilis, and they took him out as Koch came on to get Ortiz. And Nick Green walks. Boy, the Yankees are just walking machines today, and I'm sure that that's going to chap Joe Girardi just a bit.
That's 10.
10 walks. We announced a little earlier the Yankees just got Chad Godin from the Padres for a player to be named later. He was 4-10 with the Padres, 5.13 ERA, 105 1/3 innings, 105 strikeouts, so a strikeout per inning, 56 walks in 20 games, 19 starts. He held opponents to 3 earned runs or less in 12 of his 19 starts. Was National League Co-Player of the Week along with Florida's Hanley Ramirez at the end of June when he was 2-0 with a 1.20, struck out 20 batters in 15 innings in that stretch. Career 32 and 35, 4.58 ERA. Ellsbury lines one down the left field line, and Damon runs out of room and runs into the wall.
Hopefully Johnny's okay. Ooh, he bangs it in a wall with the shoulder and the elbow, and those walls don't have much give to them. I know they're padded, but still.
You move before they do, is what you're saying?
Now finishing up on Godin, he's modeled a lot of uniforms: Tampa Bay, Toronto, Oakland, the Cubs, and now the Padres. As a reliever, 12-7, 4.0 ERA, and 136 relief appearances. As a starter, 20-28, 4.85. Check swing. Did he go? Did he go? Yes, he did. As Ellsbury down on strikes. Didn't seem like Bill Miller really wanted to make a definitive call. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base at the end of 6.5 time for the 7th inning stretch. Yankees lead the Red Sox 12-4.
And offer a moment of silent prayer as we remember the servicemen and women who are serving our country at home and around the globe. Now please sing along to Kate Smith's rendition of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with gold. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
And now, ladies and gentlemen,
Well, tonight after the game, Dwight Gooden's made house calls for both the Mets and the Yankees and earned the nicknames Doc and Dr. K. Question is, who helped give him those nicknames? It's a piece of New York baseball history tonight on the Verizon Fios game wrap-up right after the game on My 9 News. Boy, they are getting their money out of Billy Traber as he is still in there. And he will face Teixeira, Rodriguez, and Matsui as the Yankees lead 12-4. Traber came on in the 4th inning.
New left fielder in the ball game for the Boston Red Sox, Josh Reddick, taking over for Kevin Youkilis. Reddick recently recalled from the minor leagues.
They put him on the roster today to replace Rocco Baldelli, who fouled the ball off his foot yesterday, and on the plane ride to New York it swelled up, and they decided to put him on the DL because they needed a player right away, especially with the injury to Jason Bay. So Josh Reddick, who was up earlier, comes back on the Major League roster. Driven out to right center field and deep. Giving chase is Ellsbury. Looking up, see ya! Opposite field home run for Mark Teixeira. And the Yankees have a lucky 13. They lead 13-4. And Phil Hughes has a souvenir.
Well, you keep tacking on if you can, and this is up and out over the plate and then up and out into the bullpen. Wham! Had that sound. 28th home run of the year. I think he's tied for the league lead now.
And A-Rod skips rope to get out of the way. So good day for Teixeira, 3 for 4 with a walk. 28th home run, as Kenny mentioned. Also his 81st run batted in.
Yeah, that ties him with Justin Morneau, depending on what Morneau has done this evening.
Well, they played this afternoon, so we should have that information in a sec. Pitches inside to A-Rod in the count 2-0. Still no one warming in the Red Sox bullpen. And Billy Traber's really not a long reliever per se. When he's at the Yankees, he was a matchup lefty.
He is a long reliever tonight.
Like it or not.
Now, are games like this fun, Paul, for the players, or do they want it to get over with?
I'll tell you, it's much more fun for the Yankees than it is the Red Sox right now. But again, you get to the point where you don't want to get in bad habits. You don't want to lose your concentration, but it's really hard.
Popped up
when the game becomes this much of a blowout.
Kochman.
Morneau went 0 for 3 today, by the way. So Teixeira has tied him for the league leading home runs.
I'm all for the 10-run rule. What do you think, Kenny? We get that, Pat?
You know, in a game like this, whichever side you're on, you want to get up there and hit because the pitchers aren't on tonight. You know, you want to get up there and get your hits.
But just think, if there was a 10-run rule in Major League Baseball, like there is in Little League and Pony League and every other league, the fans would be on their feet right now, trying to get that 10th run because you would embarrass the other team, and especially if Boston was in town.
Count 1-0. Those are the home run leaders of the American League. Morneau and Teixeira at the top, then Pena, then Aaron Hill and Nelson Cruz. Yankees 13 runs in this game. The most they've scored since they scored 15 on June 14th, and that was against the Mets. And the 2-0. Count 3-0. Takashi Saito, former closer for the Dodgers, warming up. Matsui had 3 RBIs tonight. Ooh, just missed getting 4. Popped up. Kochman. Wow, that was up there for the second out.
That is called a Goodwood pop-up. I mean, he got the fat part of the bat underneath on it, but it was underneath this one. You know, Kochman was about ready to call for a fair catch. Straight up to Silo. Two, 3, 4, 5. It was about 8 seconds up there. Had a little re-entry on it.
Well, Billy Traber used to start, so obviously this is not his longest outing ever, but it's his longest outing ever in a relief appearance. And now he ends that outing maybe with that ground ball by Posada. But the Yankees, well, the Bronx Bombers are out tonight. They have 13 runs, and they have 4 home runs. Johnny Damon connected for 1. Melky Cabrera, another, into the second deck in right field. Jorge Posada to center, and then Mark Teixeira goes into the Yankee bullpen as we head to the 8th. Well, thank you, Russ. Back here in the booth, the Yankees lead this one by a score of 13-4. Let's take a look at the in-game box score brought to you by Hyundai. Ready for good news? Get Hyundai Assurance and up to $5,000 cash back on select models now. This is the Red Sox starting lineup. So these are the starters. Dustin Pedroia, 2 for 3. A home run and a double. 3 walks for Victor Martinez, 2 for Youkilis. Obviously, they pitched around them. David Ortiz, that kept him off the board at 0 for 4. Double for Drew, an RBI and a run scored. 2 for 3 for Lowell. Casey Kochman with a 2-run home run that gave the Red Sox a 3-1 lead at the time. Jed Lowry started left with a sore left forearm. He was 0 for 2. Melanson got the final out of the 7th inning as he struck out Jacoby Ellsbury. And he's in for the 8th as the Yankees lead 13-4. And here is Pedroia. And there's a strike. You ever seen a guy swing that hard and then make contact?
You know, it's funny because he doesn't cut it down with 2 strikes either. I mean, you're going to see an 0-2 pitch here, and then his next swing is going to be just like it was strike 1.
He doesn't strike out very often either. This is what Michael's talking about, and Paul. And he doesn't get cheated. Good high ball hitter too. Not that high.
It's just a little bit.
Yeah, well, just a little higher than where he likes it.
As you can see, with 2 strikes, he's hacking 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Pitch right around his head.
Shoulder, chin.
Paul, you alluded to this earlier. This guy, if you were scouting him, he swings too hard. He's obviously not tall. And, you know, he wouldn't fill out a scout sheet and go, wow, this guy's got all the tools, but somehow he's a great baseball player.
Lifetime 300 hitter, 300 again this year. Plays hard.
Solid defender.
And those are the type of guys that scouts don't really love to send in great reports on, because if they don't make it, you look bad. Well, why'd you send in a guy that's 5'8" that, you know, swings too hard and doesn't run that great? It's like almost putting a good scouting report in on Jimmy Key. Ooh. And Pedroia could not get out of the way.
He's talking about the first one and now being hit. Posada's escorting him down to first.
You know, and it wasn't on purpose, but, you know, Georgie hates to see this because you don't do this when you're beating somebody up. And obviously, you know, a couple pitches got away.
And Terry Francona talking things over with Darryl Cousins. And now Joe Girardi's going to come out. Well, here's the one that's over his head. And then he gets, you can see, I'm fine. He gets hit on I look like the left shoulder. But the reason you don't want to do that, you don't let sleeping dogs lie. And why would you wake up the Red Sox by hitting Dustin Pedroia like that? So,
especially leading off an inning.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Francona's saying, you know, he's not up there with a target on his back.
Right on the Red Sox. He said that's twice.
Yeah, you know what? Pitcher comes close once, that's one thing, but if he hits you in that same at bat, that shows you maybe there is some intent there as a hitter. And you're not up there with a target on your back. I'll tell you one thing that's changed over the years, though. You don't see many hitters going after the mound anymore, you know, because the fines are too extensive. You know, back in my day, you're probably out there. Everybody's rolling around the field right now. because you're just not going to take it.
Dribble to Melanson. And you could see Pedroia was going in hard on Jeter and then popped up. And Pedroia and Jeter got very close at the WBC, but Pedroia is angry he got hit.
Yeah.
And he was looking to take out Jeter, but held up at the last moment.
No, you're right. This is a play at the bang-bang play. He could have gone sideways and really upended Jeter. Pretty class play on Pedroia. Went in hard, ran off the field.
Just enough to let him know I'm sliding into second.
I think if it wasn't Jeter, he might have gone in harder, try to take somebody out, but he did get close with Jeter at the WBC. Now here's something I want to ask you though. You said that if it's twice, okay, you would think that it's on purpose, but Kenny, what rational thought would Melanson have to hit Pedroia?
You know, now it's not about, you're right, maybe it's not rational thought, but your point is, I'm not up here to be thrown at. Get the ball near the plate.
There's Josh Reddick.
Whether it's intentional or not. You know, you're a big league pitcher. You should be able to get the ball over. But sometimes you just knew.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. And sometimes you got to pitch to the scoreboard. I mean, you try to get guys out. Sure, you try to get guys out. But, you know.
Here's Reddick. Got his first major league home run the other day in Baltimore.
That one's bounced up there.
In fact, during that game, he was playing left field and he got a nosebleed and they had to stop the game. And they ended up putting one of those cotton plugs in his nose. And he went out in the outfield with a cotton plug in his nose. They couldn't really stop it. And they didn't want to take him out of the game and use a player. Later on in that game, he hit his first major league home run.
Now there's a shot of him on the center field scoreboard where I'm telling you, he looks like Dennis the Menace. He looks like he's about 11 years old. I mean, the glasses make him look older. He's wearing them now at the plate, but the picture on the scoreboard, my goodness.
Makes him look studious.
Yeah. But the scoreboard looks like, you know, Mr. Wilson's going to bug him at any moment. He's got a slingshot in his back pocket.
That's a good one, Michael. I like that one.
Rode to the ballpark on his bike.
Absolutely. Two-two, foul back.
This is that wild game in Baltimore. It was 18-10. The Red Sox won. They had 23 hits in that game. And you always remember your first home run.
Two-two. This could be two. There's one. Not in time. Reddick's too quick.
You're right. He does have some scamper down the line as Cano gets rid of it. Well, he's well across the bag. Let's see what he's got here. Yeah. Remember when you ran like that, Paul?
I thought you were talking to Michael.
Michael never ran like that. Here's David Ortiz. Reddick goes, and he'll take second on defensive indifference. You know, the beginning of the game, we wondered what type of reception Ortiz would get, and he got booed. But again, now it's yesterday's news. Your team is up 13-4. They haven't jumped on him that much. I think it's been a lot less loud here than it was at Fenway for Giambi and for A-Rod. I really do believe that. You know, it was loud at the beginning, but it has certainly subsided.
I think one reason maybe it's subsided, Michael, because the game is well in hand as far as the Yankee fans are concerned. And maybe if it was a tighter ball game and he was up in a tighter situation, they would let him have it a little bit more.
Is not having a great season. 222. But amazingly, he has 14 home runs since June 6th. And that ties for the second most in the American League over that span behind Kendry Morales, who has 15. Adam Lynn, Paul Konerko, and Aaron Hill also have 14. So he started off dreadfully where they started to wonder if he was done. He has picked up the home run pace. And there he grounds one to Cano. Off balance throw to first. Pretty scoop on the backhand by Teixeira as they get Ortiz, who is 0 for 5 on this game. So they had the shift on for Ortiz as Cano was playing in the outfield, and he fields it in right center field and does the Jeter jump pass and a nice backhanded scoop by Teixeira. We go to the bottom of the 8th. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It's time for the in-game box score, brought to you by Hyundai. Ready for good news? Get Hyundai Assurance up to $5 grand cash back on select models now. Boy, there's a lot of hits there, a lot. 3 for Damon, 3 for Teixeira, 3 for Posada. The bottom of the order has 6 combined. Everybody's in the party, everybody. An offensive orgy for the Yankees. 13-4 they lead. Bottom of the 8th. Here's Takashi Saito. He'll face the bottom third of the order, starting with Cano.
I think Robbie takes the first pitch.
I would too.
Just to see what's going to happen.
Well, the pitching matchup at the start did not live up to what it could have been. Jabba struggled for 5 innings. He's going to pick up the win if the Yankees hold on. John Smoltz will get the loss. That one is looped into shallow left. Coming on is Reddick, and he makes the play on the run. Kid's got some speed. 1 away.
It's like having another Ellsbury out there.
Yankees on their way to snapping their 0-8 against the Red Sox. Those are Saito's numbers. Two saves.
Yeah, Saito gave up the home run to Longoria the other night. I think 13th or 14th inning down at Tropicana Field. 13th inning.
Here's Jerry Hairston Jr. Breaking ball outside.
This is Tuesday night. Game time.
He's some player. The 1-0 grounded foul.
I think that was his second home run of the game.
It was his second home run of the game. And the other home run was off Daniel Borg, who throws about 100 miles an hour. The 1-1. Breaking ball. Saito was another player that Red Sox GM Theo Epstein took a flyer on, coming back from injury. A nice compliment to Jonathan Papelbon when Papelbon's not available to close. Foul back.
Now, if the Red Sox can get through a game like this and use only 3 pitchers, I mean, that's a plus going into tomorrow.
When something like this happens, a game like this occurs, usually the guy who took the hit gets sent down because they'll need a fresh pitcher tomorrow.
Yeah.
And don't be surprised if Billy Traber's not in the bullpen tomorrow.
But managers have a way of remembering that. So if they can get you back here as soon as possible, they'll try.
And Hairston walks.
$16 walks in this game.
You see the Red Sox have gone back to their really retro old road uniforms. Used to say Boston and there was some color in it, but now it's just blue lettering, the old time lettering.
When did they go to the names on their back? Weren't they for a while with no names on their back?
They at home, they're no names. They always had names on the road. Yankees are the only team with both. The Dodgers don't have names at home, but they have names on the road.
You know why? In the old days, a lot of owners resisted putting names on the back of the uniforms at home or on the road. And one reason they resisted because they thought it would cut into program sales, because fans come to the ballpark. The casual fan didn't really know the numbers of the players, so they would buy more programs so they could find out who number 24 was or who number 53 was. But nowadays, because they sell so many jerseys and the fans know the numbers and they have the names on them, they put more names on them.
Grounded to Lowell. There's one on to first. It's a double play. 5-4-3 double play as the Yankees are retired here in the 8th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and because of the DP, nobody left. Lowell sure-handed goes to Pedroia, and the return to first. We go to the 9th. Tonight after the game, Dwight Gooden's made house calls for both the Mets and the Yankees and earned the nicknames Doc and Dr. K. Question is, who helped give him those nicknames? It's a piece of New York baseball history tonight on the Verizon Fios game wrap-up right after the game on My 9 News. Jerry Hairston Jr. moves from right to third. And the new right fielder for the Yankees is Eric Hinsky. Former Red Sox, former Ray, former Blue Jays, played for every team in the East but the Orioles. And now Anthony Claggett comes on to try to get the final 3 outs of this game. Those are his numbers with Scranton Wilkes-Barre. 4 saves. 3.02. Pitch to J.D. Drew. Outside 1-0. Tomorrow it's going to be a dandy. At least the pitching matchup would indicate as such or as much. Josh Beckett against A.J. Burnett, former teammates. Somebody got some Muhammad Ali signed boxing gloves. I think they have a silent auction here every day that ends in the 7th inning. And you can make your bids throughout the game. I guess that fellow won those gloves. And J.D. Drew walks.
3rd time he's walked.
Is that the 11th walk by the Yankees?
Yeah, it is. Every pitcher's walked at least one.
And the last inning, the bottom of the 8th inning, was the only inning where the minimum 3 batters came to the plate. It wasn't 1, 2, 3, but a double play got out of it. That was the only inning with 3 batters. Here's Lowell. There's a strike. Runner goes to second. He'll take the base on defensive indifference.
That's twice.
2 DIs. D-I-D-I-O. Fouled away.
Well, one thing, a record crowd, a lot of the people have decided to hit the Deegan early.